the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
It went that long?
It went until noon.
Yeah. Because I stopped. I was behind. We're talking about the Matt Rule press conference.
Matt Rule.
In order to catch it at the beginning, I don't know how many minutes behind I was. I want to estimate I was at least 4 or 5 minutes behind.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was able to, even though I ended early.
It was 45 minutes.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
45 minutes.
He's on drugs, though. He has an excuse.
Yeah, did you see that part where he talked about the drugs?
I know he had his ear canal worked on.
Yep. He said, I'm still coming out of it. I'm a little loopy. Let's talk.
This is the only reason he made his own podcast. Is because he isn't allowed to make his press conferences 2 hours long, so he just needs an outlet.
He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
45 minutes. I think that is a record.
Somebody said that there was a 48-minute press conference once featuring Matt Rule. He definitely
during game week.
I don't know when it was.
Wow. What was Scott Frost's shortest press conference?
He had one where he was really mad because we aired the whole thing in full on the show. It was like 3 minutes, I think. He was in a real mood.
Yeah.
It was before.
He had a Monday
Illinois game.
He had a Monday game week press conference once that went like 12.
Yeah,
I was like, "This is."
Yeah, the 3-minute one was the Thursday presser where it was just quick answer. I think that was before the Illinois loss in 2021. I think
triggered.
I mean, they couldn't be more opposite in terms of press conferences
and words.
I kind of miss that.
You miss Scott Frost?
Oh, John.
From that point, yes, it was a lot. It was a lot easier.
Say I kind of miss Scott Frost.
I kind of miss the Scott Frost press conference.
I was going to make a little graphic. Yeah. I just wanted to say I kind of miss Scott Frost.
Yeah, I could see where you're coming from on that. Can we get a coach that says a normal amount of words in a normal period of time? And can we establish what that is?
Was Mike Riley the last normal amount of time press conference coach?
Well, but Riley was different.
Too slow.
He did, and he also gave us a complete medical rundown at the beginning of every press conference.
Yeah, Tommy's he's probably not going to play.
Well, he's ahead of the game then, because now it's required. It wasn't required back then, was it?
What?
It's not required.
I thought it was required.
No.
I thought you had to.
Not at press.
I thought they did.
You have to do availability.
You have to do availability,
which you
can also fudge.
And it doesn't have to be released until 2 hours prior to the game.
I know you don't have to do it at press conference, but just in general, I guess.
Yeah. But the information gets out there, yes, but definitely not on Monday of the game week. That's for sure.
Mustache M says, "Was this from that Thursday one?" And it's a picture of Angry Frost. No, that would have been one of the Monday press conferences.
Yeah, that was a Monday.
Yeah, the Thursday ones are always like at the stadium.
Yeah, they're much more informal.
Very much so.
Yes,
very much so.
By the way, I think of formal, I think of Scott Frost.
John, who I know is contacting you throughout your show.
Triggered.
I want to say this because he says, "Did you hear Josh Turner Corcoran is listed as code number 1 at left tackle? What exciting news! I expected 7 wins and hope for 8. Now I expect 5 wins and hope for 6." Turner Corcoran will not be participating on Thursday.
Put it on the prediction board.
He is I'm serious.
Not participating
on Thursday. You do not have to worry about.
He won't play.
Correct.
At all
on Thursday.
Well,
Why?
like on offense. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying. Period.
Okay.
End of story.
Is he hurt?
Like he won't be suited
I'm
up.
not allowed to say. I'm just saying. No, I don't know about that. I just don't think he's going to play.
Okay. I agree with that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
I'll take the over on 1 play
on Thursday.
Yeah, I'll take
put that on our
half
predictions.
A play. Turner Corcoran.
Put it on our predictions board on Thursday. 10 questions. Will Turner Corcoran play 1 play
all season?
No, on Thursday.
Well, the 10 questions about the season.
Okay.
Just a sneaky one. Just make it 11th question just for this.
I mean, the Cincinnati game is a part of the season.
It is a part of the season. That's true. He'll
Yeah,
play
but
a play this season.
I agree with you, Josh. It's all a ruse.
Yeah, people need to chill.
Yep.
People need to chill. We need a football game. Folks.
Holy God. Are you guys finally agreeing with me that this is the worst?
Yeah.
No, it's not the worst because it will just get a different kind of worst. If they don't perform up to specification on Thursday, it's going to be like it was a couple of years ago. Oh, everything's terrible.
No, he's saying this is the worst week.
Part of the offseason.
The worst part of the offseason. He says the week before the week.
Armageddon's tomorrow.
No, because now we're in game week.
Now we are.
Now we're in game week. Now we're
this week.
Now
this
we're
previous
looking,
week.
Now this previous week
that we have just experienced.
The
I
previous 4
suppose.
days. Yeah.
The football season officially kicks off tomorrow at 11 a.m.
It does. I'm
That's
excited
when
about
it's
that.
football season.
No doubt about that.
We're
But I'm
still
talking
in
about as it
baseball
pertains to specifically Nebraska and the offseason calendar topic.
Yeah. We definitely have now
Recycle
moved
thing.
into
Yes.
game week, which is awesome. I can't wait to really dive even deeper into Cincinnati, which I've already done a little bit this offseason.
Radar
But now
charts?
we're going to do that on Monday.
We have
Tuesday.
plenty of time.
We have a lot.
You
We'll do it next
and
week.
your analytics.
Hell yeah.
Are
happy.
back.
God, doesn't it feel so good?
Disgusting.
I do like the
You
analytics.
love Ken Palm. You
Yeah.
love it. You love all the nooks and crannies. But when I want to do football,
How is
Ken
there any
Palm,
analytics on a 0 game? It's the first game.
That is true. That's a good point.
it's last season analytics.
What does that mean?
things? It can tell us something.
But baked into those analytics is a little
Recruiting.
Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmaker and
That's true. Those
Marcus
guys
Satterfield.
are. Don't you put that evil on me,
your
Ricky
highest
Bobby.
paid tight ends coach and still your highest paid tight ends coach in America, by the way.
We didn't do I Don't Care yesterday.
No, we didn't.
We haven't had no time. But
Holy
Happer,
God.
the conversation
money.
that is surrounding the money, I have reached I don't care status with it.
Trigger.
Elijah Pritchett, he was paid $1 million. Oh my gosh. I just get so mad at this stuff. You paid him to get him on your team.
Correct.
That is what you paid him for.
Correct.
Well, but no, you paid him to play.
You paid him not when he was in the portal. You paid him to
But you want to
well,
play
you're still-
him just because you paid him?
Who was it? It was either you or Otson who said, like, it's the cost of doing business to the point of this is what the market says. The market says that a left tackle is worth that much
Yes.
money.
It's the
So you
price
either
of acquisition.
you do it or you don't.
Yes.
It's not you have to pick a side.
You guys got to calm down about that.
And I think they picked the right side of we want a player.
yes.
Well,
Yes.
time will tell if they pick the right side.
That is definitely true. But I mean, it's better than not having a player.
Well, they would have had somebody else there. That's
Maybe
what I'm
an
saying.
average ass piece of garbage.
We have no idea. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it.
Here you go, corkboard. $1 million
What
is
I
yours.
what I don't want them making playing decisions based on how much they pay.
Correct.
I don't think they are, John.
If they blew it on this or any other free agent acquisition, that is the cost of doing business. Sometimes you overpay, like the Cubs.
That's right, John.
They overpaid in the trade for Kyle Tucker.
Definitely.
So that happens. So obviously the goal is to minimize that. But what I don't want to see is, well, we've got to play him because we paid him $1 million. Hell no.
Yep.
I don't think they're doing that,
If
though.
he's bad, get his ass out of it.
You know what the Royals have never done? Overpaid for anybody except for Gil Mesh. That was the only one.
Gil Mesh. Tell me about
Isn't
this
that
man.
somebody in the Bible?
Gil Mesh?
Yeah.
Gil Mesh. Check out Gil
Because it
Mesh.
sounds
Jesus.
like Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh is a brand of
Gil Mesh.
that stuff that goes on a screen door.
Mhm.
That's that.
Ah,
Gil Mesh had
Gilgamesh.
he had the highest contract, the best contract in Royals history until Bobby signed his extension last offseason.
Bad facial hair when he was with the Royals.
Yeah, bad pitcher. Also.
Interesting.
Yeah. But they were like, we have to have a starting pitch. And then look what they did.
Yep.
They signed him for too much money and he sucked.
He's the Matt Rule of pitchers, 84 and 83 in his career, 500 pitcher. Interesting.
Well, and it actually bared out.
he was an all-star in 07.
Yeah, they have to have one per team.
He played for the Mariners from 99 to 2000 and then 03 to 06. Where was he from 2001 to 2002? Did his arm fall off? Oh,
Maybe.
yep. Arthroscopic surgery.
Yep.
Ouch. Oh, my gosh. He was expected to only miss 6 months. As it turns out, he ended up missing the entire season and then had to undergo surgery again.
Happens.
Yikes. And then he
Sometimes
finally
it don't.
returned into 03. Oh,
Yep.
he missed 01.
Charles
Gil
wants to
Mesh.
know if Gil Mesh did a podcast.
Gil Mesh would have been really cutting edge podcast at the time when he was a Royal, but he did not do a podcast.
Wow.
Would he have had a Philly sports talk guy be his co-host too?
What's that guy's name? Sal?
I just know that his nickname is Cuz.
Oh, Cuzzo.
No, not that Cuz.
My bad.
He looks like a Sal. Is his name Sal?
I don't remember. Yeah, he probably
You
is
look
Sal.
like a Helen.
You look like a Helen. He does look like kind of like a Sal. He
Yeah.
kind of looks
that
like
guy's
Big
name's
Pussy.
Sal for sure.
Stumaji says the counterpoint here is that you could have spent the money on another position, and then in parentheses he writes running back. In a world in which NIL money is a finite resource, it's perfectly fine to question how it's spent.
Well, sure, but the problem in this conversation is we don't have complete information. All we have is conjecture on how much is being spent. This isn't like when we talk about free agent signings in baseball. Where
Correct.
We know.
There's not a limit, John.
We
Like
don't
we
know
could have
Gil
had
Mesh.
both.
Yeah.
I wish
No
we
Gil
had
Mesh.
that information, but
They also, after they got the tackle, they went out and they tried to get the kid from North Dakota State.
Yeah.
And
He
didn't
went
get
to
him.
Miami.
You know?
Yeah, they did try.
tried,
They
yeah.
did. They did. You can't say they didn't try.
Yeah.
yeah. Or they could have, doesn't mean they had to spend the money on a running back. Maybe they bought a different left tackle. I don't know. We'll
So
see.
they definitely tried to get other left tackles before
Sure.
they landed on Pritchett.
Mhm.
So they knew that he wasn't the best of the group.
Yeah.
But tackles are expensive. They're very, very pricey.
Money.
Yeah.
And let's face it, when they have the name Alabama attached to them, it probably raises the price.
Sure does.
It does. Even if
Fair or
they spend-
foul, it does.
for sure.
So
No arguments here.
we shall see. We shall see.
What the hell was that?
I don't know what goes on
All
MLB
right,
Network.
yeah.
Look, there you go. Justy Nixon.
Chosty Nixon. What a player.
Good Lord. You know what?
Justin Nixon.
His-
What do you say for that?
His parents
Nick, find
either
the
were on
pronunciation for us,
acid when
please.
they named him, or they were big fans of Wheel of
His-
Fortune and thought we need a name with a lot of consonants.
He's got a fun nickname, doesn't he? It's like
Do-
password. I think
Does
they call
he
him
need
password.
a nickname?
I have
When you
no
a
idea who
name
that
like
guy is.
Josty Nixon, you don't really need
That's
a nickname.
good.
Yeah, they call him the password.
Because his name is like a password
Yes.
combination. That's
It's
pretty
an
good.
incredible nickname.
It
Yeah,
needs an
it's okay.
exclamation or a dollar sign in there, but
Just
that's
some
still
kind of
pretty
symbol,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about the Google create its own password for you
I've used it a
situation?
couple times. It's actually like I'm cool with it.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
John, do you ever do that? I don't want to give away your password secrets. Your
no.
Josty Nixons of
No.
the world.
Nope.
Mm.
Nope.
You would get if you just typed in Justy Nixon, it would say strong password.
Yeah, this is a great password.
strong.
Exactly.
It's just my name, though.
Can we get a pronunciation though on that?
Nick, are you helping
See
us
if I can
out?
find one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's making the prediction sheet.
How do I spell it?
Josty Nixon.
JHOSTYNXON.
NXON. There's
Yeah.
no I in Nixon on his name.
Google will tell you.
Josty Nixon.
Found it.
Justy Nixon Garcia. Is that his last name? Garcia.
Is that his last name?
Jostinson?
Jostinson? Jostinson.
So the X is silent. Don't know if I like that very
Anyway,
much.
he just got called up by the Red Sox.
Congrats
Congratulations.
to that man.
Good job, password.
Yep.
Yep. AKA how to pronounce Justinson Garcia, AKA
Oh.
password.
Jostinson.
Jostinson.
Okay.
What?
Jostinson.
Where's
That
the
doesn't look anything like
where's the
Jostinson.
X come into play?
Again, his parents were either on acid or they really love Wheel of Fortune.
You know how Colonel is spelled, though, John? Or Corps? You know about the Marine Corps.
I do.
It's spelled like corpse.
The X is silent.
The X is silent, like the Marine Corps is silent.
Where's he from? Where's password from?
Oh,
I don't know, Nick. I don't care about no place.
you don't care about no place.
I don't care about no place, John.
What do you care about, Josh? What place do you?
Wow,
care?
Venezuela. So all of you guys making fun of his name are making fun of a culture.
No, we're not. We're making
not.
fun of his parents.
People have stupid names here.
Yeah.
Nick, I make fun of everybody's name.
Why can't they have stupid names there?
Yeah.
Prince once changed his name to a symbol.
He did.
That was pretty dumb.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, though.
No, it
pretty
was
cool.
not cool.
It's
It
a
was
cool
dumb.
symbol.
Elon
It was
named
a
his
cool
kid
symbol, but
a
that's
symbol.
not. I mean, his
it's
name
like
was Prince.
I don't think we should use Elon Musk as justification for anything.
J-Man writes, "See you forever, 1970." Sounds like a John password. It'd have to be 1971, but I think J-Man's onto something.
I think J-Man.
Evan
is-
Burrows, you suck.
J-
6
crossover
times.
time.
J-Man, good luck breaking
Guess
that
John's passwords.
Wow. What a fun thing. This is like when John was gone and we had to fill in and we guessed Nick's email. because Nick keeps his email under lock and key.
I don't keep it under lock and key. I'm just not sharing it with people willy-nilly.
What, Nick at 1620 The Zone?
No,
.com?
his personal email.
Oh, because it probably is something like I love Skyrim 2024 or something.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be I love Skyrim 2024.
I love
That doesn't
Skyrim
make any sense.
2016. I don't know.
2011 is when it came out. Happer.
2011.
That's
sorry.
what it would be.
That's your email, though.
Yep,
Somebody email
there it
I
is.
love Skyrim 2011 and see what you get.
Odson says John Bishop looks like a guy who uses the password poop. Poll question. Does John look like a guy who uses the password
But
poop?
then the O's are zeros.
Not well, you got to have the special characters.
Exclamation point.
Pretty sure that I don't think I've ever used poop in a password before. But thanks for the idea.
Yeah, you got plenty of time.
Never know. You need new passwords every day. Sign up for things.
Yeah.
Huh.
I hate that.
I hate it.
Yeah, it's not good.
Who's the most likely on this staff to have the password Big Johnson 69?
On the whole staff? Gary.
Gary.
Gary for sure.
Yeah.
That was quick.
I mean,
It doesn't feel
you're
like a very
second for
hard
the record.
question.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Gary, John, and then I don't know who's third.
Jimmy.
A distant third. Alan?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chavez, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
We got to.
Or would it
Gold,
be
a silver,
Gary,
and a
Jimmy,
bronze.
then John? Do we need to mess with the tier system?
Excellent question.
I think we're underestimating Josh.
Me?
You love who's the one who always does the nice?
Yeah, but I would never do that with my password
How do we know?
because I just said it.
How do we know to believe you?
Because
How do you know you're not just calling off the scent, calling off the dogs from the scent
To be fair,
because
O.J.
you
Simpson
don't want
said he
people
didn't
breaking
kill.
into your password?
O.J. Simpson said he didn't kill.
Yeah. Hey,
People didn't believe him.
don't compare me to O.J. Simpson.
I'm not comparing you. I'm comparing situations.
The only similarity is that we both loved and love football. Otherwise, no similarities. None.
None.
None. No murder.
It's not what I heard.
From him or me?
From you.
No, Happer.
Why would? No, of course we're not going to believe somebody who says I've never murdered before.
But I haven't, Nick. Have you ever murdered anybody?
No.
Interesting. Jeffrey writes, John's password with me, I hate my job one.
Wow.
I don't think so. John loves his job.
You hate your job?
Why would I?
Because you don't like working with
Look at
me?
how happy he is.
Well, I don't know.
He does seem happy today.
I'm fine.
Just
We should
fine.
all be fine. It's
Just
a
fine.
Friday. The weather's actually going to get cooler this weekend. Finally.
God, it's going to be so good.
I might go outside in the morning time.
I might wear a denim jacket on Monday.
Okay, don't be a freak.
I'm debating on when to
Freak.
mow the lawn.
Yeah.
At what time?
There's
There's a part of me that almost
this
wants
week.
to start at like 10 and then just watch the game on DVR.
Oh.
I think it's
And
okay
then-
to
zip,
go out
and zip through the commercials.
How long does it take you to get the gas mow in?
Including the trim, the wash.
Yeah, I'm talking a full boat.
The
And-
shower, the
and-
beer,
and having to
but
retrieve
not a shower beer.
and having to retrieve the gas bag from 7 blocks away because I've thrown it there.
Gas bag.
But enough about Nick Grimm.
Hey.
I'd say 90 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe I'll round it up. 2
I
hours.
think you're well within your rights to start the mow at 9:30.
Grass
not
might
too
be a
wor-
little too moist at that point.
Yeah, you don't want to mow with wet grass.
Grass has been
mean, you're
so
bagging it
wet
anyway.
lately.
Yeah.
You're bagging it.
Hmm.
It's not going to
Well,
become too much.
bagging it in the backyard, yes, because it seems to grow more there.
I've been bagging it lately, John. I've been bagging it, and I got to tell you, it's looking good.
Yeah.
I've got some weed killing to do.
Are you
Lots of
mowing
weed
today
killing.
or tomorrow?
I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to try and squeeze it in today
Before the
when I
volleyball?
get home before I go do stuff.
So I tried bagging a couple weeks ago, and I had to dump the bag every 5 minutes.
That's
Is
how
that-
it works.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
That's dumb.
Holy crap, really?
I
That's
mean,
so
yeah,
I
just how much
hate-
your bag holds.
I
yeah.
hate starting and then having to stop 5 minutes later. It's so inefficient, and I hate it.
Yeah, but it looks good,
Just let me go.
and it's healthier for the lawn.
Let me go.
I mean, you could
Wanna
do
go.
whatever you want, but your lawn won't look as good.
Yeah, I wish there was a better way. There has to be a better way.
Get a bigger bag.
Yeah.
Gonna need a bigger bag.
Yeah.
But then you'll be standing like 7 feet behind your lawnmower
Mm.
because the bag's so huge and then it's
Mhm.
hanging out all over the place. And then you got to pick up that big, heavy bag, fill that wet grass,
Behind the
and deposit
bag.
it wherever. And especially if you're trying to dump it into those lawn bags, good luck with that.
That's right.
Mhm.
That's where you're really. That's why I got a yard waste container.
Nice.
Exactly. That's how the pros do it.
Dump it in.
Look at you, man.
It's great. I got it all, Josh.
Yep.
I got it all.
You really do.
That's how you do it,
John's
baby.
password, Gasmo 2024.
Tay writes
That
on
was a good year for gas money.
the J-Tech Construction
than
Zone
this
Twitter
year.
feed. John is the horniest. Who are you guys kidding? No way.
Hornier than
I think
Gary?
Impossible.
I think Gary's way hornier than John.
Yeah.
I mean,
agree.
it's a natural thing that occurs in many males.
And females.
I'm-
You know, women are allowed to
Yeah,
be horny
women can
too.
be horny too.
It's 2025,
but we're talking,
John.
But we're talking about
It's
guys.
not the
here.
1800s anymore.
We're talking about guys here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I work with a bunch of undersexed people.
John sees some uncovered ankles and he's like, "Oh,
Wow, look at you, Mr. Sex. I never
Well,
would have guessed.
I'm just assuming that you guys are having negative sex.
No.
negative sex."
Under sex.
Full question.
Well, Connor's
negative
Connor's
He's
got,
got a little trophy.
Connor's
Off the hook,
got-
baby.
Connor's got a trophy.
Well, he's had sex at least once.
I can't account for you guys
And you never will.
Yeah.
because you'll never have sex.
No, John, not that reason, because I won't have a child. No children. I like being able to do what I want when I want.
And society thanks you for not bringing another one of
Exactly.
you into the
Yeah,
world.
nobody wants it.
I like to have excuses to not do stuff.
You do like
It
that.
is nice to have those excuses.
See, but I have that with my dog. Oh,
Okay.
I gotta go let him out. Sorry. Gotta
That's pretty good.
leave. Gotta leave. It is nice. I love being able to fall back on that. Gotta go let Banks out.
When I go do what I'm doing tonight, I will be there for a short period of time
Because then you have to
I'm
go home to
bringing
your.
my child.
Oh, that's a great excuse.
Ooh,
Look,
yeah.
crying.
She's got to go to bed.
Yeah.
And she's not gonna be crying. She won't
Oh.
cry, but she will just say it's her bedtime, and then we'll go.
Dude, did you hear Schaefer's baby crying on the air the other day?
No.
Oh, it was the shortest.
Well,
it was like a
he's
Scott
got a
Frost press
situation.
conference.
It was.
Yes,
Yeah.
he does. Yes, he
Yes.
does.
Yeah.
Hudson made some noise, and the interview lasted, I would say, 45 seconds.
Yep.
And then it ended.
It was done.
And
Oh,
then it was
no.
done.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was painful.
Yeah, you know, it happens.
Yeah, it does.
Children.
There's a part of me, you know, they should have like a rent-a-child at like church services. You know how they start crying and they get up, it gives them an excuse to get away and stretch your legs and walk around.
Great idea, John.
So-
like the wristband, alcohol wristband givers at the front of the events. They're sitting at a table and they're like, "Would you like to rent a child for today so you can have an excuse to leave?"
Wait, your
get out of
your
church?
church has wristbands for alcohol service?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they have that at basketball games,
Sure,
at
yeah,
concerts,
yeah.
something like that.
It's funny. There's like it's like, you know, you when you go to the bowling alley and it's got that rack of all the balls, you just have this rack of all these babies in their carriages. Would you like to rent a child? Ooh, this one's particularly owly today. Oh, yes, I'd like to rent that one, please.
Sorry, Pastor. Gotta leave.
5 minutes into the service. Okay.
And then
gotta
you
go.
drop it off at the door and leave. Put it right back on the
Oh,
shelf.
my baby's crying. I'll be back.
The
And then
church,
you never are.
the
You just have
church-
to, go through the public embarrassment of getting up with the kid,
Yeah,
which is fine.
man. It's so everyone's always looking around like, "Ugh,
Yeah.
yeesh."
We had
The
one
kid will
last week.
Shut up.
We
Is it
had one last
embarrassing?
week at church that
You just feel
they had to
embarrassed.
get up twice.
Oh, that's brutal, man.
Twice.
That's a bummer.
And they were sitting in the middle. So my wife and I were sitting on the end. We're having to get up and get out. So they
When
could get
when
out.
we were
It was
going through the
crazy.
process of getting my daughter baptized, what they told us was like, if when you go to church, like don't go to the the cry room or whatever. Don't
Yeah.
go into the cry room and don't don't just let her cry. Like don't leave.
What?
And I was like,
What?
really?
But the word of
That
God
one is a nuisance.
It's called the cry room.
to everybody else. This is
Yeah.
But they're like, no, they'll get used to it or whatever it is. It's the only way you can, sit in the front. They were like, sit in the front of church. And I'm like, whoa.
Who said this?
The person who is preparing us for baptism.
Well, but that's different
Jesus.
because the kid's like an important part of the baptism. I mean, they're like
No,
the
no,
main
but
event.
specifically like
This was about
Not-
regular church.
regular church.
That's
Wow.
wild,
Yeah,
man.
regular
that
church.
is crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy advice. I was like, yeah, I guess you make a point.
I mean, there's a
Man.
reason why they built the cry rooms.
Yeah,
I know.
you don't want to drown out the pastor,
Ours look like a
But then you're
giant.
not listening to the words.
but nobody is listening. to
Well,
the
yeah, you can
words.
hear the words in the cry room.
Yeah.
You can, but you're focused more on,
The
there's
child.
more distractions in the cry room.
There's
you
crying.
know?
Well, I don't know about you, but if a kid is howling, whether it's my kid or someone else's kid, I am
Oh.
distracted, whether I'm in a cry room
Get
or
that baby
in,
out of my face.
or in the regular church pews.
Yeah,
Shut that baby up. Yeah, same. But Luckily, my daughter is a sweet, sweet angel.
That's awesome.
She's never cried in her life.
Never?
That's
Nope.
exciting.
She wouldn't dream of it.
Mm.
What are you putting a cover over her mouth or something?
Drugs.
Wow, drugs.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
This new age parenting is
It's
quite
it's
unique.
different now.
There's a lot of stuff out there, John.
Yeah, they just have some baby weed.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's what
ever
parents
wonder?
do now, right?
You ever wonder how you know how times were very tough, especially in the old pioneer days. How parents back then dealt with crying children.
Oh, they probably just threw 'em.
Alcohol.
Yeah, threw them on the ground.
Yeah.
Booze.
Yeah.
Here's a fifth of Jack.
Yeah, I was
Good
going to
night.
say, yeah, you rub it on their gums.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Seriously.
man.
Katie writes, Creighton literally told us you got to just power through it
Yep.
if they cry when
Yep.
our youngest was baptized. Sam says, I kind
If
of
we
like
cry, we cry.
it. Little break to go into the hallway and check your phone. Oh, man, got to get up.
Fair.
What's going on
Sam's
on
like,
Twitter?
I got to take screenshots of a Wikipedia page.
Well, I mean,
Is anything
Get
stopping?
bombed.
Is anything stopping you from being on your phone in church anyway?
Nick.
I'm asking the
yes,
question.
Definitely.
It's
Your
an
own
actually, you know what?
conscience.
People do
There
read
are-
the Bible on
There
their
are a lot
phones
of
now
olds in our church
because
who.
the font size.
Oh,
Well, but
yeah.
I
They
mean,
love
there's
their
one dude
fonts.
who's reading it off their phone.
Yeah, my dad will do that. He'll highlight stuff on his phone, on his Bible phone.
Wow.
Yeah,
Thank
I've
you,
seen
He has a
Bible
Bible
phone.
phone.
He has a phone on Bible on his
Bible
phone.
phone.
Bible
Did you get like a
phone.
Kindle
From
for that?
Hasbro.
You know,
Yeah, because it looks a little more,
like you're actually reading it.
Yeah. I looked over, I was like, why is my
Not
dad
just
on
surfing
his
your
phone?
web.
Is your dad's Bible phone? Does it have like a leather bound case on it?
Ooh, not a bad idea.
Bible phone.
Does it say on the inside cover, gifted by the Gideons?
It
You know,
might.
like the ones in the
In the Bible?
in the hotel rooms.
Oh, that. Yeah, we saw a Bible at our hotel last week. We actually had to take it out of the drawer because the drawer.
Because
I
you
think-
didn't want it anywhere
No,
near you.
I think Des Moines was slanted, Nick, because the drawer just kept sliding open.
You think it's Des Moines and not just the
I think
dresser
it was Des
thing?
Moines. So we took it out, and then the whatever thing didn't move very much. Drawer.
The drawer.
Do you guys think it's weird that you have to pay for a Bible?
Nick, it's a great question. It's the word of God.
It feels interesting that there are people that charge you to buy this Bible. You
I
would
don't think
think
I've ever paid for a Bible.
Poll question.
really.
Yeah,
You would think
I've
if
always
you
gotten Bibles.
want to spread the word of your religion, you would just freely give people the handbook for it.
I mean, honestly, if you go, Nick, you go to churches and they will, if you're like, I'm interested in following Christ, they actually probably will give
You say the
Bible.
church
Nick,
needs a
it-
better marketing plan?
Maybe.
Universal Bibles.
The free Bible section is right next to the Rent-A-Kid.
Oh. Here's a kid. Here's your Bible.
I mean, honestly, now, Nick, you can just download an app.
you can.
And you always get that one guy who's standing there and he's looking around. Sir, what are you looking for? I'm looking for the Bible. Sir, you're in the Rent-A-Kid
This
section.
is the rent-a-child section.
There's
When
that explains why all these Bibles were crying.
I remember
at me.
being at church back in the day, and they would ask, anybody here need a Bible?
Oh.
And then people would raise their hand, and then they'd pass out Bibles.
So I was at my home church for the first time in years earlier this week.
You light on fire?
Oh, well, it's an hour and a half away.
Mm.
I did not light on fire. I'm still here.
Mm.
And next to the hymnals, they had a big picture book that said the Adventure Bible.
It's for kids.
Cool. Picture Bible.
We never had picture Bible when I was a kid. We just had Bible.
Really?
Yeah. I would just read Revelations during church service on a Bible.
That's pretty tight.
Yeah.
And edgy.
Revelations is really cool.
Nick likes it when the world goes to hell.
It's metal.
What about that one Bible verse that we came up with during the College World Series?
Yeah, what was that
On
again?
accident.
I'll go find it.
Romans something.
I'll go find it.
Something about being wicked.
It was a classic.
It is
Banger.
so perfect.
Hodgson says they had picture Bibles when they
Yeah,
were
I
kids.
was going to say,
re-
I did too.
what kind of Sunday school did you go to?
I mean, he did live in tiny Iowa.
The-
Maybe they
it's
don't have the internet
The
yet.
Missouri
his
Synod
dad did,
sect
but-
of the Lutheran religion. They're kind of uptight.
Yeah, I guess you got to be more non-denom to get the fun Bibles.
And
No,
I
that's
mean,
not
I'm sure
true.
they had them in the church. They just didn't have them in the pews of the church.
Oh yeah, of course. Like in the actual pews
Yes.
is where this little
Yes.
kid
Well, yeah,
Bible
the
is.
Yeah, they're
Picture-
not gonna put Picture Bible there.
Big
Yeah, that's
ass-
where adults go.
Then the adults would be reading the Picture Bible.
But that's what I'm saying. Big ass picture Bible was in the pew.
In the regular.
I think
Yes.
I think that was like maybe someone just put it there by mistake, or maybe one of the kids.
What is
brought
it,
with them.
Happer?
Romans 7:24.
Yeah.
What a wretched man I am.
Mm.
Who will rescue me from this body that is subject to death?
And again, that was an accident.
That stuck
That
on
was- that was a random
on our booth of the College World Series for 2 weeks.
Someone just said, pick a book and pick a
Chapter
couple of
and
numbers.
verse.
We tapped it like the horseshoe every time we walked in. You know,
And it was just so
Yep.
perfect.
We did.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Wow. This crossover started very hardcore sports.
Yep.
And
then
now
went hardcore religion.
hardcore religion.
Thank
Coming
you,
up next,
Jesus.
Hardcore Matt Rule.
politics.
politics.
Oh boy.
Politics.
Keena writes Leviticus 18:15. Let's see. Leviticus is some old school. That's some Old Testament stuff. So we're gonna find something interesting here.
Yeah, the
Why
Old
didn't- why
Testament
didn't-
and Revelation.
Holy God! Why didn't John Carney Nixon's family name him Leviticus?
John Carney Nixon.
Whatever. it is.
All right, you ready?
Josie Nixon.
Do not have sexual relations with your daughter-in-law.
Whoa.
She is your son's wife. Do not have relations with her.
That is a good word of advice.
It's
Excellent
interesting.
job, Leviticus.
Wow, why would that need to be brought up?
Well,
John-
how often was this happening?
Why are
that
there
they had to
speeding
put
rules?
it in the Bible?
Yeah, because bad things happen, and sometimes you're like, you know what? Let's add that to the book.
Hey, son, how much you like your wife?
Yeah. Yikes.
Huh.
Don't do that. That's good. That's actually
Don't
great
Have
advice.
sex
Really good
with
advice.
your daughter-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Well, now people are
Oh, but is there a verse about not having sex with your son-in-law? I feel a double standard in the Bible.
interesting, Nick. All right, somebody wrote Revelations 21:20. Let's see. The fifth onyx,
Dudes
the
will just
sixth
name
ruby,
Bible verses.
the seventh chrysolite, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the 10th turquoise, the 11th jacinth, and the 12th amethyst. What in the heck is going on with that
You're
Bible
just
verse?
naming rocks.
I just read the Revelations
The
21:20.
That's just different lyrics.
Are
to
these all the
12 days of
different gems
Christmas.
that Hank bought when he was laid up
Yeah.
in the bed?
Yeah.
They're
Minerals,
minerals,
Marie.
Marie.
Oh my gosh.
They're minerals. How about the time when he said, "Can you check to make sure those jack wagons didn't break any
So
of my
good.
minerals?" It's like,
What
wow.
a show. What a show.
Oh, how about this from Sam? 2 Kings 2 verses 23 and 24.
Okay.
He because it's a long one, so I won't read it, but it's basically don't mock bald guys or you'll get mauled by bears.
Wait, what?
That's what I'm talking
All right,
about.
fine, I'll read
There
it.
is some strangely
That feels-
specific.
That feels like an editorialized Bible verse. Like the guy
You know
writing
what?
that. It's like, yeah, actually.
Yeah, he said it.
What? Can you repeat that?
All right,
verse?
I'll just read it.
No, just repeat the name.
2 Kings 2 verses 23 and 24.
All right, I got to remember that
Who
one.
wrote 2 Kings?
Don't mock bald guys or you'll get mauled by bears.
2 Kings was
Let's all bow our head in prayer.
Oh wow, 3 different potential people. Ezra, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah.
Which one of them was bald?
Yeah, if I was a pastor that was bald, I would bring that up like once a week. Well, you know my favorite Bible verse. Don't you be making fun of me or I'll get the bears.
But
and
don't
sick
actually
'em.
read the verse. Just say the title and hope nobody looks it up.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Man,
when you walk into the church, you know how there's always the Bible verse like up in the wall.
Yes.
Have that up there constantly.
I mean, can you imagine if they wrote that thing today with how specific it is?
Yeah.
It'd be like, John Carly Nixon, 716. Always set your toaster at 1.5 to cook the perfect Pop Tart. Because 1 is a little not toasted enough, 2 gets too
And if
brown.
not, we'll send
Don't
in the
make your
skunks.
podcast over 15 minutes.
Nice.
I wonder what fun
No
stories.
press conferences longer than 30.
I wonder what modern stories would be in 2025 Bible.
Hmm.
You know, because like no one's getting eaten by whales anymore, but everybody has a podcast, so there could be something.
Are
there.
you sure nobody's getting eaten by
I
whales?
guess I'm not.
It could be.
I don't know when the last whale eating.
Elon 427, and the rocket was caught by the big arm. That's what the stories would be. In that Bible.
Caught by the big arm.
Yeah, you know
the
how his
big arm.
rockets,
It comes back down to-
rockets come down and the big arm catches them.
Oh yeah,
Big arm?
yeah. It's
It's
a
like a-
platform.
yeah.
It's
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah,
his
yeah,
rockets
yeah.
return.
Oh, okay.
Because remember,
I haven't seen this.
Remember, there's
I don't
got to
watch
be
rockets.
there's got to
Cool.
be like some vagaries too. You can't be like super specific. There's got to be some.
That's true. It
vagaries.
can't just literally be, and you'll get killed by a bear.
You got to leave room for interpretation for
Yeah.
people to.
Well, yeah.
So what
Yeah,
does
it's
it
like the
actually
Second Amendment.
say in that verse?
He turned back and looked on them and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood
She bears
and tear 40 and 2 children of them.
Wow.
That must be an old King James version.
the Old
Wow.
Old
I'm an
Testament God.
NIV guy myself.
Yeah. Old Testament God also metal. Old Testament God and Revelations are the most metal parts about the Bible.
But Jesus shows up, Nick, and you're like bored.
Well, Jesus is. I'm not bored.
You didn't like the 2 fishes and 5 loaves
No,
of
Jesus,
bread,
Jesus is cool AF.
2 shrimpies and
Gets
Sandwich.
a little mythical. Is that what you're saying? You
Mhm.
know, little whimsical for you, little Disney movie.
For some reason in the New Testament, God really just tones back on the spite, you know?
That's because he sent his son, his only begotten son. So that
So everybody just kind of mellows out when they have a kid. Are you less spiteful after you've had a kid?
Nick, that's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Yeah?
maybe.
You're
I don't
less
know.
spiteful.
I don't know. I'm
feel like
probably
I'm-
more mad than I've ever been right now. Actually,
Same.
So-
Every year I get more spiteful. I root for the downfall of my enemies.
And Micah Parsons.
No, I don't. root for
Jera.
his. Yeah, I like Micah Parsons.
Jera.
And
So I'm
everything
getting a
he's
little
ever
tired
tweeted.
of his Gen Z ass. I'm getting a little tired.
Oh,
Really?
you-
Taking
you
Jared's
flip?
side.
So
No.
you're like a fan during a labor
No.
dispute. At first, you're like,
I'm mad at-
damn owners or damn players are always so greedy, and they flip over to the owners. You're the opposite.
I'm mad at both. I definitely, the longer this has gone on, the more that it does seem like Micah went into that pretend negotiation and Jerry thought that they were negotiating.
He negotiated.
Is there
He just
something-
needs to
is this-
leave.
is this-
Micah, stop holding in. Just leave.
What do you mean leave?
He's holding in. He's not holding out.
Why
He's
don't
there
they just
all the
trade
time.
him? Just trade him.
Well, he's reminding his
I think they
teammates, hey, don't forget me when I'm
But
gone.
he's so pouty. He looks like a pouty.
He's always so mad. Out in the
Oh,
videos I see him, he's
boy.
always
He
mad.
just sits there and
Yeah.
pouts the whole time.
August the 22nd, 2025, the day where Josh saw the light of Jera.
He does kind of have a little, no,
He does.
I guess I can't play today.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. By the way, I still haven't watched a second of the doc, but everyone is saying that it is like one of the best sports documentaries of all time.
Yikes, that sucks for you.
I
Yeah.
know, 'cause I don't want to watch it.
It sounds like you have to.
I will. I just have been so busy this week. I haven't had time. And tomorrow I can't because football's back. But maybe
Football.
maybe Sunday morning I'll wake up and watch an episode.
Gasmo, football. I mean,
Wow.
what are we doing tomorrow? Can you
Maybe-
believe it?
Maybe have a beer.
I'm walking in a parade for Dundee Days.
Nick, that's-
representing 1620 the zone.
That's good.
Good for you.
Need to have representation.
Yep, we appreciate
It'll
it.
be
Thank
me
you.
and young Matt.
Wow, Matt. He's like old Happer. He just does whatever.
Not anymore. Now I'm spiteful and old.
Yep,
Ah.
exactly.
Spiteful and on.
All right.
Kids, there's your crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Nice.
If you couldn't tell by that crossover,
Football's
it's
back.
red out week.
Yep.
And coming up next, we're going to talk about some Jehovah's Witnesses or Matt Rule,
Or Matt Rule.
whichever comes first. 1620 the zone.
ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver.
AOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Is he still talking? Is he still going? Is the press conference done yet?
Turn it up, Nick. Let's see.
Let's see. Is he still there? Up. He may have finally finished.
Just finished.
Wow.
Just did finish. Happy Red Out Week, kids.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
The Red Out Week is powered by Union Bank and Trust. And the Grum is powered by Union Bank and Trust every single day. Welcome, One Beer Friday. We're here. We made it through another week. It's kind of weird because we're in the middle of game week, but it's the end of this week.
Yeah.
This is like...
Is this you volunteering to do a Saturday and Sunday Grum without me?
No.
Whoa.
But with Nick.
No.
Oh.
No. I have things to do.
I'll co-grum with John.
This is the
I've done it
last.
before.
This is the last.
No.
This is my last weekend.
No.
My last weekend.
What does that mean?
It's my last weekend of summer.
You're unsubscribing? Oh, okay, good. I was worried.
It's my last weekend of summer.
So how are you going to enjoy it?
Well, I got to get a gas mo in.
Yep. What else are you going to do? Maybe have a glass of lemonade?
You know, I love
You
lemonade,
anti-lemonade?
but I don't make lemonade much. You know, maybe I should have the missus get us some country time, just something to mix up.
I don't like the way lemonade makes my teeth feel.
Well, you're making it too sweet, perhaps.
But then it tastes too watery.
No, just make it tart.
It's just you got to get that perfect mix.
Mhm.
And I don't want to do the whole fresh squeeze thing because you got to buy like
1,000 lemons,
like 80 lemons.
Dude, it is nuts how many lemons you need to.
It's a lot.
I tried to make like a variation one time of a margarita because some places you'll go, they'll have the lemon and a lime margarita. And I was like, you know what? I want to try my hand at this at home. And I squeezed a full lemon. I was like, that's all the juice I get out of this crap. And I was like, never mind. I punted on the idea. I was done with the idea.
Jeff's got an idea. Sun tea. That's all we used to do. We had sun tea. You know, when you just put the tea bags in the water and you set it outside in the sun. You let the sun.
Say that on the radio.
Yeah, it's a tea bag. That's how you get the tea. You get the tea out of the tea bag.
I use tea bags every day.
But I need a better, because we used to have way back in the day, in the good old days, when they would sell high C. Remember high C?
Oh, I remember it. There's a high C.
The orange
juice box. I just had
one
of those.
They would sell
in the jug,
in a big glass jug. Like now, it's like plastic, right?
Yeah.
And that was the perfect sun tea container because it was. I don't know. It was probably 48, 64 ounces, something like that. It was pretty big.
That's awesome.
But it was glass, so it was clear. So you fill it up with water and you stuff some tea bags in there. You put the cap back on it. You'd set it outside on the front porch. It would make perfect sun tea. I need something like that.
Cody doing a little backseat producing, Nick. writes,
All right.
how did Nick not play the Christmas Open?
What?
You know that Open that I made like a decade ago? It's the most wonderful time of the... But it's just college football highlights over and over. Ding,
The
dong.
thing that you made 10 years ago?
Yeah.
That I didn't know about?
I mean, we've aired it since you've been producing.
I don't
Have we?
remember it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember.
Nick, just look for like wonderful time. I imagine you'll find it.
Remember it.
You
Well,
don't remember it?
I don't.
Wait.
I don't.
Musburger will show up in it, John.
What? Josh made an Open and Brent Musburger was in it?
You know, I thought about making an Open for this week and just using only Musburger highlights just to trigger you a little extra.
Well, how would that differ from any of your other Opens?
Which one?
I don't know.
Wow. See? Don't
that's
even
it.
know.
Well, I
Don't even know. You don't even know.
I don't know if this is it.
This is gross, by the way, that you're playing this crap.
It's the most
Let's see if this is it.
horrible
Oh, no, that's not it.
See, that's from Christmas karaoke.
Yeah. We definitely have one. I'm guessing.
Well,
We'll see if this is it too.
While you all just mess around, I'm going to tell you about the Grum Down brought to you by the referees.
Nope.
It's in there twice.
Stibbs,
Why
what are you
did
doing,
we
you
put the
idiot?
song? I mean, the key was the length is exactly the
Yeah,
same.
I noticed that as well.
I think you can erase one of those.
That's a bummer.
No,
I'll look for it during the next commercial. I will go look and see if I can find it.
Meanwhile,
Anyway, the Grum Down brought to you by the
is brought to you
referees.
by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It looks a little wonky there with that background, so I'm just going to blow
That's
it
a
up.
great idea, John.
Depth charts. The new depth charts are here.
And it brought 1,000 takes on Elijah Pritchett.
Did Rule still have a voice after his podcast? Spoiler alert. Oh, yes, he did.
John didn't even know he went 45 minutes. He missed the end of it. He missed some really good stuff.
Shout out to that endurance.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
25 teams and 25 grums. We wrap it up just as Nebraska will wrap up the season with Iowa.
Are you saying they won't wrap up the season with a bowl game?
I'm talking regular season.
Can Nick go 25 of 25? Or will Gary Dolphin, famous for being the proprietor of Gary Dolphin's Bar
Mhm.
and the voice of the Hawkeyes, let Nick down?
We'll find out in an hour-ish.
An Iowan would never let another Iowan down.
Though, as we talked about when you were gone, Nick, technically, you missed a couple days this month. So
Did I?
Maybe-
Because I'm the one who booked them.
maybe Peter and Odson deserve credit for that.
I booked and confirmed.
People are asking.
On Penn State, at least.
People are asking.
We are making our picks for the college football playoff.
And checking them twice. Gonna find out who's naughty or nice.
Will they match the Russo formula? We didn't get a chance to get to this yesterday, but this was kind of a fun exercise too.
Yes.
Kent's Movie Club today featuring The Departed.
The Departed.
Nice. A Boston
You gotta
accent.
talk like a Boston accent the whole time.
Wow, that was
Quick-
all over the
Quick
place.
spoiler alert.
How about that racist?
I mean,
Salve.
there were. I mean, it's film is loaded with stars.
Oh my gosh,
loaded with
yes.
stars.
Yeah.
And they all had, except for the Boston guys like Marky Mark, because Marky Mark never loses his Boston accent.
terrible accent.
All the rest of them,
terrible.
they couldn't figure out how to keep the accent.
It was so bad.
It was just back and
Jax
forth.
is like, does he even have one? I can't
I don't
even
even-
tell.
Jack doesn't have an accent. I
Nice.
just talk the same way.
That's a pretty good Jack.
President C will be here.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Will the Big Ten match the SEC?
Hmm.
It is predictions day. All hail the king. There's only one question left. Can I have the most dominating round of predictions of all time?
Is that what people are saying
That's what people are saying.
on the
This is-
message boards?
Yep. And it's a one beer Friday. It's the calm before the shower. 'Cause it's not really it's
a
not
shower
a storm.
of gold.
Next week is
Oh.
the storm. This week, there's only like 5 games. So
Storm's
it's
coming.
It's a calm before the shower.
Is this because QAnon's the kicker? Is that the storm that you're talking about? A storm's going to hit Kansas City in a little bit.
Where are you going to be when the kicker hits the fan?
That's
Mhm.
the Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Lovely.
But yeah, we got depth charts today.
Wow. So many takes. There were 1,000 takes that came out of this depth chart release. Look at this guy.
I didn't
Look
have
at that
1,000, but I had a
QAnon's the
few.
kicker.
I mean, I had a few.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that offensive line.
More oars than a PJ Fleck press conference.
Literally, folks, every tackle spot is still up in the air, kind of like it was at the beginning of fall camp. I'm sorry, training camp.
Training camp.
Did they ever solve anything,
Good question.
or are they just playing games with us?
Yes, they are.
The thing I thought was interesting, though, and you'll hear this from Matt Rule coming up. It's not that Elijah Pritchett isn't starting, because technically he's an or.
Yeah.
But normally, if there's just a bunch of ors, they just put the names in alphabetical order.
It ain't in alphabetical order.
And then your boat goes fast.
And Pritchett is listed last.
Yeah, and it goes GCP, so that's way off.
Yeah.
Teddy Prohaska, Tyler Canuck, that's not alphabetical order later on for right tackle.
That's strange. That one was more strange to me than left tackle, because I thought it was a given that Prohaska was going to win, and that Canuck.
I think
at least talking with Michael,
I think he'll be
of
the
all
starter.
the tackles, Canuck was kind of the odd man out. Not that he was bad, but just there were others that were ahead of him.
I think he will. I think Prohaska, honestly, I think that this probably will be the starting lineup the way that they're listed.
Mhm.
That would be my guess.
But no surprises at any of the other spots.
Nope, definitely not. Definitely not.
To the skill positions, aka the ball handlers. Blow this up a little bit. Luke Lindenmeyer, number 1.
Don't think there was any surprises at the tight end, wide receiver, or running back rooms. At least I don't think there was.
Nope.
If there was one surprise among the skill players on offense, and maybe this is a preseason surprise, as in like July surprise, if I would have told you TJ Lateef would have been number 2, that I think would have surprised you. By the time we got to today,
correct,
I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, just given how he had been discussed in the last couple of weeks.
So Lateef, no ors, kids.
No
Lateef
ors.
is number 2.
Yeah,
Ramstad is number 3, and you'll hear a little more from Matt Rule on that.
Likes his
coming
mobility.
up. And running back.
Again, Quentin Ives, the injury, you just wonder
The
how
injury
much
pushed him down.
Yeah, like he would have been number 2. He was number 2. He was number 2. He
And
just hasn't had a chance to practice.
And look
as
at
much.
all them youngins at wide receiver, particularly the X and Y receivers.
Hey, that's a great point, John. Yeah,
because Quinn Clark, Keelan Smith,
Yep.
2 redshirt freshmen, and Cortez Mills and Jeremiah Jones, 2 true freshmen behind Dane Key.
There are, because juniors are technically upperclassmen. So you have 2 upperclassmen on the depth chart. Janiron Bonner as a junior, and then only 1 senior, Dane Key. Otherwise, it is all sophomores and freshmen, including Isaiah Hunter.
Defensive front.
Now, I will say I was surprised by something on this side.
I was too. Williams Winery
Yep.
and Cam Leonard are equal. And I would say there was one other one. And keep in mind, they're going to rotate a lot at defensive line. But
yes,
Riley Van Poppel,
Yeah,
who got
true.
a single-digit number
Yeah.
behind Elijah Judy.
That's a great
at
point.
nose. But again, Leonard and Winery, they're going to rotate a lot. Judy and Van Poppel, they're going to rotate a lot. Keona Davis, Jalen George, who we've heard a lot about recently, they're
Tons.
going to rotate a lot.
Jordan Ochoa, we've heard a lot about him, redshirt freshman behind McCullough.
And then you got Petchak,
Yeah.
the Petchak boys,
Mhm.
showing up number 3 defensive end
Mhm.
at She's Got the Jack. Little surprised that Willis McGahee,
Mm.
3rd on the depth chart. McCullough, Ochoa, McGahee.
Yeah, but man, they've just been talking up Ochoa. And then obviously McCullough's a freak of an
Right.
athlete. Just
And
so
no
tall,
ors there.
So much length, man. So much length.
Linebackers, Marquise Watson Trent, Vincent Shavers sharing share alike. Javen Wright,
Not
who will
surprised.
be wearing the number 0 this year.
Agent 0.
Agent 0. Another interesting one. This one caught my attention, and you'll hear a little bit about him coming up with Matt Rule. Rex Guthrie.
Another one that they've
redshirt
been talking up
freshman,
lately. Yeah.
You related to
Rover.
Woody?
Behind Deshaun Singleton at Rover. The starting corners, not a surprise. Andrew Mitchell and
Mitchell.
Marshall. I
Mitchell.
say Marshall.
That's right. I was making
Andrew
a joke.
Marshall
I apologize.
and Sierra Wright. And safeties, no surprise, Buford and Hartzog. But there's Caleb Benning,
Mhm.
and Jameer Khan,
Another
who has
player
been
who-
getting a lot of run as
yes,
well.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
And then finally, the specialists.
Mm.
There he is, the conspiracy, Kyle Cunanan and John Hole tied.
John Hole.
No surprise at punter, of course. And kick returner. We were wondering about this.
Yes.
But Isaiah Mosey, Kenneth Williams, and Mekhi Nelson are all basically even Steven at kick returner. Ja'Cory Barney,
love
not
that shot.
surprised here. He's going to be
He's going to have the most returns of all time.
punt returner.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. A look at your first depth chart of the year. You know, I feel for a guy like Keith Mann in a moment like this. Guy busts his ass every week to pump out notes, all these little factoids, all these little things. And what do we do when we first get the email? We immediately scroll down to page like 7 or 8.
That's true.
And look at that. I don't care about your notes. I don't care about their record on Thursday nights when the weather is 70 degrees or warmer. I gotta look at that depth
What if
chart.
he was like, you know what? I'm going to work on my prose this year. And he really spent a lot of time on how the words written. He was trying to be like the great American novelist. And
the
everyone's like,
Grantland Rice of notes writers.
depth chart, don't care. He could have written the best thing ever and nobody would know. The first thing I did, though, when I opened the notes was, who's the announcer? And then I zoomed in. And I was like, man, I'm happy that we're watching the game in person. That was my immediate reaction.
I didn't even see who the announcers were.
Mark Jones and another guy named Mark or another guy
Oh,
named
the
Jones.
Mark Jones experience.
Yeah. As I said, you want to retweet my comment from a
Sure,
moment
why
ago?
not?
Yeah, it'll be nice to watch it in person.
Sure, why not?
Or listen to the radio of the new announcer,
The new announcer.
Kyle Crooks. Kyle ain't no crooks.
If I were Keith, I'd just put the depth chart first and say, screw you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give you any more. Here's your depth chart.
What
This is
if
what
he-
you all.
what
This is
if-
what you all want. You don't want any of my factoids. You don't want any of my information.
What if he redacted it like a CIA document? It was just a bunch of black all over it.
That sounds like something Scott Frost would have done,
Or Bill Belichick.
or Jim Harbaugh.
Yes, or lots of coaches, but not Matt Rule. He gives us the answers because he's a podcast.
He
host.
gives us the answers because he can't stop talking. You'll hear a little bit of that coming up. 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline or text line.
It's so good to be here again. I was
We
going
were
to say
here-
it's so good to be
we-
back.
We
but,
were here yesterday.
but it's so good to be here
We
this
were
moment
here
in
yesterday
time.
and the day before that and the day before that.
Christmas morning tomorrow for those of us who look forward to
I'm
this
getting
time all
presents?
year. Yes, it's called Farmageddon. A present.
That sounds like a terrible present.
It's a great.
I'm not a farmer.
You're anti-farmers?
No, I'm pro-farmer, but
Is it because they get handouts?
do I get a combine?
You don't like handouts. You have said that before.
Well, there's a lot of handouts.
Yeah, they get a ton of handouts. Oh my
There's a lot of
gosh.
handouts, but they
Yeah.
grow the food.
Wow, that's cool.
Well, it is cool because we have to eat.
I do like eating.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And don't forget to vote.
Yes,
In the
please.
stage 4 poll question. We're going to give you an update on how it looks when we come back. But go to the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. In fact, I'm about ready to hit the old retweet button
Retweet.
because we want you to vote. We want to know what you think the record will be this regular season.
Please do.
This is the final phase
Phase 4.
of the poll
Phase
question.
4.
So that's how you get in touch with us today. We will be back. Yes, Matt Rule had plenty to say today. Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Facing cancer is tough, but no one fights alone. At Hope Lodge Omaha, the American Cancer Society offers free lodging for patients and caregivers traveling for treatment. And now, with the Empower program, we're providing tools for recovery, mentorship, wellness, and education, all close to home. You can be a part of this movement. Learn more, volunteer, or donate at cancer.org. That's cancer.org, where healing begins with hope.
Hopefully everyone really embraces this moment, because this is kind of the end of an era that we've outlawed, out-legislated the true walk-on programs in college football. Some of you guys cover our recruiting. How many guys have you seen announced, like, hey, I've been offered a preferred walk-on at University of Nebraska? Like, probably haven't seen very many of these this year, have you? Because I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. There's kids that love this place, that this will be the last day they put their pads on and go out there to be a Husker, all settled in the courtroom somewhere. So it's a shame. It's a real shame.
105.
Yeah, they blew past 105 and went right to 130.
I always forget that that's what this open is about, the 105-man limit. Time to make a new open?
Help yourselves, gentlemen.
Nick, you
knock
had
it out.
Well, I did it, and then John did it. I think it's your turn to do an open.
Ooh, that's
now.
a good idea.
Press. Okay.
We can just pass the open baton.
Oh, Mr. Football. You don't want to make a football
No, I
open.
liked Nick's old open. What was it again?
Son of a preacher man.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, but it's a new season.
Maybe
we
I'll
changed
make a Bill
open.
Simmons inspired open, since he's a podcast host now.
Is your goal to try to drive people away?
No.
Apparently it is.
It's to try to make funny jokes.
That wasn't a funny joke.
Okay.
That's not a joking thing.
I thought it was pretty solid.
Lincoln Park is headed to the Metro, and Nick has things to give away today. Yes, Lincoln Park tickets.
What? Nice get, Nick.
Yeah.
How'd you pull this off?
Oh, I know people.
Okay.
But
I'm
the
of music.
Zero World Tour is next Friday at CHI Health Center. And you can find more dethezone.com at 1620thezone.com. But Nick, we have how many to give away today?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember at least 4. Let me triple check.
Every
quick.
week.
Sorry, I've been
The most important thing,
scattered.
though, is to listen for what? What are we listening for today? What exciting, neat, funny, whimsical thing are we listening for to cue the folks to call and win them their tickets?
So there's a song on the new album from Zero with their new lead singer where it's a transition between this one song and the next song.
Could you just play the drum?
Get your screamy pants on.
Get your screaming pants on?
Yes.
Play that again?
Get your screamy pants on.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like it's part of a song.
It is, though. And
There's
if
no
you would have let
singing.
me finish, John.
There's no melody.
I was hoping the drop was going to be Nick's long explanation.
It's a transition from one song
You
to
know
the
what?
next. Because
You're going to change this. Every time Nick long-windedly explains this drop.
Oh,
Get your screamy pants on.
That's a great idea. Call in. Nick, can you cut out your long explanation and play it every time? That's a fun idea.
Well, they didn't give you a chance to finish it. Like at least 4 times. Anyway, listen for the drop.
Perfect.
This
Get
drop.
your screamy pants on.
And it's 2 ticks, Nick?
Is it 2 ticks?
Nick was so excited for this contest. I just thought he'd have everything off the top of his dome. He's emailed us about this contest every
He's
day.
a little gun shy because there was the one time
that
when
he
he did make the
screwed up. He
mistake.
promised something to a
So
listener.
I prefer the extra caution.
All right, we'll get the answer later on.
We're still looking for the answer.
We'll find the answer.
we have 5 pair.
Five
so
pair.
that's what I was saying. 2 tickets.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
5 pair.
Okay.
And be caller.
Nick, this
Zero. No, that'd be silly because I was doing a play.
you
because
are
it's called
making
From
this
Zero.
worse by the moment, Nick.
I know.
Nick, what's your favorite number? It's a single digit.
7's good.
There we go.
7.
In honor of Scott Frost.
7. Again, one last time when you hear this.
Get your screamy pants on.
Get your screamy
Be caller
pants
7,
on.
and you're going to head to the Lincoln Park concert next Friday with special guest Gene Dawson.
All right.
And after all that,
Now it's time for Matt Rule.
well, I thought that was an appropriate way to elongate that segment because Matt Rule elongated everything today. Man, he is in a talking mood.
what's up with the criticisms of Matt Rule giving us long press conferences?
It's not a criticism. It's an observation.
It's free entertainment.
Well, I'll let you be the judge if it's entertaining.
Okay.
But let's talk about the opponent. Well, you know what? Let's talk about the depth chart first because we just got off that subject.
Okay.
But here is his conversation. Williams Nwaneri and Cam Leonard are tied equal at one defensive end spot. Here's a little breakdown from the coach. Oh, sorry. Here's a little breakdown from the coach.
We have packages where they're both playing. One of Cam's great gifts is his ability at 265 pounds to go inside and rush. There's a 3 technique. I think he's got you go back and look 2 years ago, his sacks, a lot of them were like he retrace and make a sack. Cam's unbelievably active. Will is, at 265 pounds, we had the spring game and then we test guys that next week, which is probably not after 5 weeks of our spring, the best time to run. And he was 4.62 at 265 pounds. Like his ability to come off the edge, speed to power. He is a completely different football player than when he first got here. He's a completely different football player than the spring. And he's getting better and better and better.
And remember, this is a guy who barely got on the field last year at Missouri as a 5-star. And this will be the one of the many questions we'll have about the D line. But Terry Braden, the new defensive line coach, the fact I honestly thought that Nwaneri might see the field somewhat this year, but that he was more of a long-term play, right?
Yes.
That the talent would eventually get there. But the fact that he is sharing the number 1 spot makes you wonder what it is they're seeing and getting that freakish athleticism on the field.
I viewed this news as like only a positive.
Oh, it's
only a positive.
Very positive.
Because and maybe part of it is I just wasn't expecting it, you know.
I wasn't either.
I think it was a nice surprise when this news came down earlier today.
All right, on to the offensive tackle. And here was Matt Rule talking about Pritchett being third on the depth chart, even though it's technically tied for first, but his name became third in the pecking order at tackle.
Pritchett, he's not the starter. We haven't announced a starter, but if we played today, he would not be the starter right now. He's still working on it. And I think the one thing I want to make this, I think as I've talked, I think people are extrapolating out that it's like off the field stuff. It's not, it's the performance, right? Like, any unbelievably talented, good player, but a lot of false starts, a lot of mistakes. And when you have a quarterback like we have, it's not about the talent. It's about the production and the dependability at that position. You know, if you block the wrong guy, I don't care how talented you are. I'm not saying he's blocking the wrong guy all the time. It's just where he's at right now. So that competition will go up through the game.
So it's about the production. Too much sloppiness.
Mm-hmm.
And let's face it, those are the types of things, good O-line, bad O-line, you can't have that.
No, especially not from a veteran player who's been a starter, you know, in a lot of games.
Offensive linemen have a couple of goals, and that is not to help their team lose yards, whether it's because they can't pass protect or run block, or
they're just losing
pre-snap penalties,
those are
or too many holding penalties.
Those are the worst penalties, the absolute worst penalties. So makes all the sense.
So
in
it
the
is
world.
obvious that Pritchett's having some issues with that right now, and that's the reason why he is not starting. Here was a little bit more on Pritchett, because I think a lot of folks, again, you hear about how much they paid for him. You hear about where he came from. And there's this implication that, oh, man, this is the best dude on the team or best dude on the offensive line. Matt Rule wanted to make it clear that's not the case.
But I think the number that he's way more talented than the rest of our guys is not fair to the rest of our guys. It's kind of what we deal with here sometimes. We just don't give our own guys enough credit, and we have to win enough that changes. But we have some good players playing on the offensive line. And same thing at right tackle. Like if we played today, I think Teddy'd probably go out there as a starter, but Tyler's right on his heels. Gunner's swinging both sides. Gunner's inside, especially with Gibby going down. Gibby was having a heck of a camp, man, Pyle. So, we're rotating a bunch of guys.
Yeah, Gibbs and Pyle, redshirt freshman tackle.
Yeah.
Injured, lost for the season.
Yeah, and going back
to
what he said at the very beginning, like I think that is always going to be the case when a player comes in from an Alabama, from a Georgia, from an LSU, from a Notre Dame, right? Like it is. I mean, the same thing happened with Spindler. You know, Spindler's here. He was in a national championship game last year. He's obviously better than everybody that Nebraska has. Now he ended up becoming the starter, but that isn't always the case with some of these players. So I understand why he'd be a little protective of his, players that he recruited and that have only been at Nebraska versus just like, yeah, it's an Alabama guy. But there's also a reason that he transferred from Alabama, that he left Alabama, and it's because he wasn't perfect.
One of the other surprises, based on where these guys entered camp, was that TJ Lateef is the number 2 quarterback. It is not an or. Gramstad, it was assumed. You remember back to the beginning of camp that they were very happy with Gramstad, and that's not to say that he has performed poorly in practice, but as you will hear from Matt Rule, TJ Lateef has gone out and taken the number 2 spot.
TJ brings, to be quite honest, he brings an element of being dynamic running the football. So you do get that kind of what I talked about Sorsby. You do get that, like, hey, things break down, he can run, he can move. He is just a really well coached young man coming in here. The guys out at Orange Lutheran, his training, his family, like they've done a great job with him. The players respect him. He's really, really smart. Like it's not one of those deals where we're dumbing down the offense for him. Now, his decision-making at the college football level, he hasn't played at this level yet. So there'll be some growing pains, but Jalen's right there. But I think TJ's had an unbelievably good camp.
There's always a question with the backup quarterback role at a lot of these places. And this is more of a college football than a pro football thing, but it's like, so you have 3 guys. You have the starter, who's obviously the starter. You have a younger player who has much more or a much higher upside than the third quarterback in the room, who is maybe more experienced, lesser athletically, whatever it is. And I am always very interested in what a coach decides to do in the case of the player is knocked out for a few plays versus the player is knocked out for a few games, because those are way different. So right now, Lateef is number 2. What happens on Thursday, John, if Dylan Raiola is running and he gets his helmet knocked off, so he has to go to the sidelines for a play. That's where I'm like, okay, now what do you do? Is it because there is a difference between being a true number 2 and let's just get this guy in to take the snap and hand the ball off. Because while you still have 4 games to work with, man, you would hate to just use up one of the games for Latif to go on because Dylan Raiola has his helmet knocked off and he is required to go to the bench. And so is this a long term? Like if knock on wood. But if, let's say, it became a long-term thing, would Latif be the guy, or would they go to Gramstead? That stuff's always really interesting to me.
Well, that's why, even though I'm not a huge fan of the whole, giving everyone a 5th year, I would just prefer we do that and get rid of this stupid red shirt rule. Yeah. It's they so badly overcorrected, on the whole. Well, let's do 4 games. Well, it's not really a red shirt.
Amazing Dan says, does TJ play in a blowout though? Yeah, for sure. He's definitely going to play. If they're up on Akron 56 to whatever, he will be the quarterback that goes in second in that scenario.
I would think so.
Yeah, it's the other scenario.
I would not anticipate that Nebraska is going to be in a spot where they're going to be in 4 blowouts, where you bring in more than 4 blowouts, where you're worried about the 4-game red shirt. Yeah, if you're putting him at number 2, absolutely. When it's time to go out and get some true snaps, you put his ass out there.
By the way, there is some confusion in the chat. This is TJ Latif's first year with Nebraska.
Yeah, he just committed.
Well, no, he didn't just commit. He just got to the program. He committed. The thing maybe that where people are a little confused is he was here in the spring, but he committed in May of 2024, but he is a class of 2025 guy. He is a true freshman right now. A true freshman. He is not redshirted. So there's a lot of confusion right now. Just wanted to shore that up.
There is still a battle at kicker. The conspiracy hasn't taken the job yet.
I think if we went out there today, you'd probably see Kyle go out there. I think we're going to continue that through next week. I've never heard what X said before until he started saying when he got here, the 33, 33, 34. So we're depending on Gallic. We're depending on Camden. Camden's an excellent holder. I mean, that's a thing that many people won't really notice. I wouldn't have noticed until Brett kept saying to me, like, hey, Matt, this guy's an excellent holder. X kept saying that to me. But I think all 3 guys have done a nice job. I think we're really consistent out to the 30-yard line. So, 48-yard field goal. Once we get outside there, we're still working through all that.
That's a disappointment.
What, that they're still working on it beyond 40? Right.
48, beyond 48, yeah. I mean, yes, as long as I can just execute the normal stuff, that'll be an improvement.
I'll be honest with you. I just want something consistent within 45 yards. I'm not going to, yes, would you like a kicker that can boom 50-plus yarders with somewhat regularity? Absolutely. But Nebraska's field goal kicking situation the last few years has been such a dumpster fire. Just give me someone who I feel comfortable when Nebraska drives inside the other team's 30-yard line. Once they get to that 30-yard line, that is, we're coming out of here with points territory, one way or another. Yeah. Just give me someone like that.
3 better than 0.
I'll be happy.
3 is better than 0. Yeah, as long as they can do the other stuff. That first field goal, like, I know everyone's excited for the first Archie Wilson punt. That first field goal going to be a roller coaster. Like, how well is it executed? And heck, even the first PAT, whatever it is, the first time that Nebraska is snapping, holding, and kicking, that will be quite the thing.
We mentioned it earlier, last segment, talking about one of the surprises, but Rex Guthrie, redshirt freshman, is number 2 at Rover. And listen to these high praise words from the head coach.
Rex Guthrie is a Big Ten starter at safety, and as soon as he decides he believes that, he's going to be excellent. It just has to play. And when he starts playing, he's a 4.4, 4.5 kid. He got into Princeton and Harvard. He's smart. He likes football. He's just young. He had a was it the first game of his senior year? The guys cover recruiting, where he broke his leg in the first game of his senior year. I say that to say, like, he's been like working his way back, right? Like, so like when you have your leg snapped like that, it's hard to go out there and throw your body in the piles. And I've seen that from him. So I'm really excited about Rex.
And there's some of what Matt Rule had to say today. Yes, he did have things to say about Cincinnati. We'll have some of that next week as we get closer to actually preparing for the game. But I thought today focus on some of the decisions that have been made. It's not finished yet.
Chance writes, was Alvano the biggest prisoner of the moment recruiting story of the last few years? Man, You thought after that, like, wow, they just got a steal. This guy just won the state championship with a 50-something yarder in Memorial Stadium.
Yeah,
I would not have expected his career to unfold.
You feel bad for him, but
and D'Lo points it out. He was automatic
yet.
his whole career. Like, it wasn't just one kick. I got really tired of that. Well, they only won him because of one kick. No, it's because he was good in high school. And then he made the most pressure-packed kick of his entire life to that point.
Yeah.
And he drilled it in high school. And he now says that, like, they want to feel comfortable at 48, but they can't really be on that. It's like, man, that stinks because Alvano hit a field goal longer than that, to win the state championship game. I never would have guessed this. But I also didn't think Alex Henry was going to suck in the pros. So, it just shows as good as you can be at one level, you're not always going to be good at the next level.
There's still time.
And Joe points it out too. He got set back because of injuries and surgery. He has a talent. Yeah, he's had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, there's still time. But Kyle
QAnon.
It's hard for me to say his name the way it's supposed to be said.
Kunanen.
Because it's one of those things, you get it in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Thus, why we call him the conspiracy.
The conspiracy.
Kyle Kunanen.
Mm-hmm.
Not QAnon.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Matt Rule speaking again.
Can you believe it?
He literally just spoke last Saturday. So
he's also speaking more in a podcast.
Yes, and he speaks again on Tuesday, I believe, is when his next availability.
Yeah,
is. That's the tiny baby availability. That's it's time
tiny
for
baby availability.
For Frost, it would have been a long presser. For Rule to be short.
Yes,
this will only be half an hour instead of 45 minutes.
I'm going to put the over under on that one at 13 and a half minutes.
We should do this season.
Yeah,
we should set lines for each game.
Post-game
press conference.
What about we could do a little bingo, Matt Rule bingo?
Ooh.
We could put all sorts of things on there.
We need to get something out of the prize closet. We need to set a line and then have people guess
tickets.
over under. Well, we don't have Lincoln Park tickets every day.
Oh,
every
that's true.
week.
That's true.
But every Monday press conference, we set a line.
Yeah.
Here's the line. It's going to be 33 and a half minutes over or under.
Over. Always.
I'm just using it as an example.
I like the idea of bingo where it's one of my favorite ruleisms is when he starts to say something, but then he kind of steps back and apologizes for the opinion just as not to offend anybody and then moves on with his. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
D'Lo, will Rule be the first coach to do an interview during the whole game? Third man in the booth. Yeah, it'll be like what's his name, the Booger Mobile, but it'll be the Rule sideline pass. That'd be fun.
Update on the poll question.
Yeah.
Phase 4.
We need
what
more
will
votes.
Nebraska's regular season record be? I just tweeted it out shortly ago from all of our official accounts at 1620 The Zone, at USC 1620.
1620 The Jays.
I did not put it on there.
Oh. Tiny baby Buffs.
8-4 or better with 65% of the vote.
Wow.
31% say 6-6 or 7-5. And basically just a minuscule tiny baby amount. Just 3.2% combined of the 4-8 or worse crowd.
Wow. People are positive.
They are positive.
Positive.
Go vote. It's open until next Thursday.
And it's
morning.
free.
Encourage your friends to do it.
Send it around. Share it with
Share it. Yes.
Hey, Grandpappy.
You are welcome to share any of our poll questions.
We would love it if you did.
Share it with all of your friends.
And I did just retweet it from the Tiny Baby Buffs account. For those of you who still follow that.
Wow. Dusted off the cobwebs.
It sucks that I can't retweet it from the Big Red Overreaction account, but we don't have access to that anymore.
Congratulations, meanwhile, to John and Chad for being this week's online winners for the $100 into Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. Make sure to enter at 1620thezone.com for your next chance to win next week.
Awesome.
And when we come back, Ralph Rousseau came up with a fun formula
Fun.
of how to predict the 12 teams in this year's playoff.
Yeah,
and we're going to, these won't be our official predictions.
Correct.
But we're going to go through this exercise
and see what we've come up with.
And see what we have come up with. Yes.
I'm doing it on the spot. I don't even know what I'm going to do.
Can I do it on the spot too?
And
I guess so.
Iowa preview, 25 teams and 25 grums, along with Kent's Movie Club, still to come all this hour, 1620 The Zone.
Red out week, baby.
So Ralph Rousseau of the Associated Press put out a column yesterday. He says he has a simple formula for picking the 12 teams in the college football playoff.
Simple?
It's a very simple formula.
Wait till you find out about it, Nick. It is very simple.
And we thought today, as later in the Grum, we'll give out. These aren't, by the way, our actual predictions.
Just a thought exercise.
Just a thought exercise.
And you can play along as well wherever you may be. Wherever you be, we also may be.
So
1620 the zone.
Here's where his formula goes. Picking the college football playoff. First criteria, you pick 4 of the preseason AP top 5. Okay. Your choices are Texas, Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia.
So you have to kick one of those 5 out, John.
Kick one of those 5 out. I am going to kick out. I don't want to do it. I'm going to kick out Clemson.
Me too.
Whoa! How come?
Just because I think Texas will make it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if
Penn
that's
State
the reason
will
why.
make it.
Why?
And I think Ohio State and Georgia potentially too much talent not to make it.
Okay.
So
Clemson not making it
now
out of the
part
ACC.
of this
spicy.
Part of this too was trying to, because you still have to have, at least one team from every conference and a group.
Of course,
of 5
you
teams.
can't just be like, you have to still play by the rules of the sport. So that means you're picking a different ACC team.
I kicked out Clemson.
All right, I'm kicking out Georgia. See you later, dogs.
I've also kicked out Clemson.
Roof. All right.
Second criteria, pick 2 ranked teams who are currently between 6 and 10. Those teams are Notre Dame, Oregon, Alabama, LSU, and Miami.
This one is really difficult because I like all of these teams this year.
Are these also getting kicked out?
No, you're picking 2. I mean, it's written on the paper there.
You pick 2.
Pick 2 of these teams to make it. I will go Alabama. And I will go, who do I trust the most among these other 4? I will go Notre Dame.
I'm going to pick Alabama and Oregon.
Okay. Nick?
Oregon and Notre Dame.
Okay. So we all have the same 3 teams, just in a different smorgasbord of agreements.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. So right now,
Next.
by the way, we have 6 teams picked.
Next, take 2 ranked teams between 11th and 20th. Those teams are, in order, Arizona State, Illinois, South Carolina, Michigan, Florida, SMU, Kansas State, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Indiana. This was the toughest one for me.
Same, because my Big 12 champion isn't in here. And so I'm kind of going wild cards right now.
Well, I picked Kansas State.
Yeah, I will also go with K-State.
And I went with SMU.
Spoiler alert, none of my actual playoff picks are on this piece of paper. So I'm going to go off the beaten path with the team that I considered. Texas A&M. I don't like it. I feel like a big idiot.
Wow.
But I don't trust Illinois. I don't trust South Carolina. I don't trust Michigan. I don't trust Florida.
I wanted to pick South Carolina, but their schedule is just a bit too tough. A bit too tough.
Wait, have you picked an ACC team yet, John?
Yeah, I just picked SMU.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
I'm doing Arizona State and K-State.
Okay. So now we are at 8 playoff teams.
Now you take one team ranked between 21st and 25th. Those teams are Ole Miss, Iowa State, Texas Tech, Tennessee, and Boise State. This one was it wasn't easy for me, but easier than the previous exercise. Ole Miss.
Whoa, not Boise.
Nope.
All right, I'm going to, of these 5, I like Texas Tech actually to win the Big 12, but I will go with Boise as my team out of this one because I feel like they are the best G5 team.
Now, again, these are not our actual predictions.
No,
but
for sure.
In order to fit
you have
the
to
formula,
do the math. Yeah.
you gotta do math.
I'm going to go with Boise.
Rocky Top.
Okay.
Tennessee. And then finally, pick 3 unranked teams. And this is why I had to adjust.
Texas Tech is on here, by the way. But Texas Tech and Iowa State, they're not unranked.
I just put a mishmash of teams on there.
But they're not unranked.
I don't care.
But they're not okay.
It's just a mishmash.
I was just trying to help. They're ranked teams though, so
Josh.
that wouldn't fit the formula.
Shut up.
Okay.
I don't care.
I can tell. Arizona State also ranked.
I wasn't looking at the rankings when I just started randomly picking.
It's all good. I was trying to help. I wasn't trying to be a jerk.
Well, you are being a jerk.
I can tell that you're not happy with me.
You're a jerk.
I will go.
But this is why I had to kind of adjust things up above.
Okay.
I picked Louisville.
Okay.
USC.
Yuck.
And Tulane.
So that's your G5.
See, I really wanted to pick Ole Miss. That's why I couldn't pick Boise. So then I had to go, where am I going to get my group of 5? And that's why I picked Tulane.
I'll go Utah. God, John, I might join you on the USC train. And because I want to be an idiot, I'm going to put Auburn on my list. They do have a lot of talent. They do have a lot of talent. Nick?
I'll go BYU, Louisville, and Nebraska.
Oh!
What?
Hell yeah, Nick.
Yeah, why not?
What? Mr. Iowa's picking Nebraska?
They received votes. People seem confident.
So with my picks, I have from the SEC, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and Ole Miss. From the Big Ten, I have Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon,
and USC.
And USC.
So that gets you to 8 playoff teams.
From the ACC, I have SMU and Louisville. I have one Big 12 team, Kansas State, and one group of 5, Tulane.
That is a wild playoff. Mine, I'm going to scroll back through just so I can remember. So I removed Georgia. So I had Texas, Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson. I went with Notre Dame and Alabama. I went with, 2 teams here? Kansas State out of the Big 12 and Texas A&M out of the SEC. I went with Boise State as my G5, and then I added Utah, Auburn, and USC.
And there it is.
Wow.
Crazy.
Now, again, these are not our actual predictions.
Yeah.
But maybe some of these same names will be mentioned again.
And by the way, he explained it really well in his column. I highly recommend you go read it because last year, this is what happened. And he went and looked over the last handful of years, and something similar would have happened, in the 12-team era. It's not as cut and dry as it seems to be right now.
All right, coming up next, a team that wasn't mentioned even by Nick.
Wow.
Will Gary Dolphin answer the phone because Nick left out Iowa?
Let's find
out next in 25 teams, 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. We are getting really close to nice days, which means you'll probably be out running, riding the bike, playing golf, whatever it is. You want to make sure that you are participating with full health. You want to feel better. If you've had those aches, those pains, the muscle fatigue, back pain, cramp pain, strains, whatever it is, KRT Athletic Muscle Cream, this has helped do wonders for me. So I get back outside and I am feeling good again. Go to the website, krtrelief.com, free shipping on orders over $15. You can also claim 10% off of your order right now. Incredibly easy to do so, and find out why so many of us, including yours truly, have taken advantage of what KRT has to offer. Fast and effective pain relief cream that is designed to help you out. So that golf swing is feeling good again. That hamstring pain, hint, hint, going away. Whatever it is, it will help out. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com, 10% off the order and free shipping on orders over $15.
countdown is on.
So again, Iowa will punt the ball away. Did pick up their second first down of the Knights on that drive. Fair catch, ball loose, inside the 5. Nebraska dives on it. Iowa got it. Second down, 13. Jackson Stratton starts the fourth quarter 5 out of 11. Out of the backfield, Caleb Johnson. Breaking tackles, moving defenders, and still going. Caleb Johnson, sprint for the end zone. But he will win. Touchdown, Iowa. Oh, in trouble. Down he goes. Snap, hold, kick. Got it. Hawks win.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 bronze.
You know, there were 12 games last year in the regular season that Iowa played, 13 if you count the bowl game.
Yeah.
So many games you could have picked highlights from.
A lot of games.
Those all sounded like very familiar plays from a certain game that happened on Black Friday. That's just me, however. A guy who was there to call it. And joining us in the stream, making Nick a perfect 25 for 25 on guests this year, the voice of the Hawkeyes and namesake of a bar in Dubuque, Iowa, Gary Dolphin. How you doing, Gary?
I'm doing great, John. Josh, good to be with you.
Uh-oh,
Yeah,
did you
I didn't
mute
know.
him? Did you mute Gary?
Oh, no.
Oh, Gary, it sounds like they're...
Uh-oh.
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 Something's going on here.
Oh, no.
Where's the sound, Nick? You broke him.
Oh, no. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
hey,
there he
Gary.
is. Hi, Gary.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay. And I didn't realize Nick was going for a perfect 10 here, or 25 for 25, because I'm very archaic and caveman when it comes to trying to figure out electronics, especially for my office here in my house in eastern Iowa. But I just followed the instructions and heard your guys' programming, so we're good. But yeah, that game was so typical of how Iowa and Nebraska have played, at least the last 10, 12, 15 years. I remember the Hawks with a 2-touchdown or a 2-score lead in Iowa City at Kinnick just a few years back, 2012, I believe. Nebraska ran a punt back for a touchdown late in the game, got the ball back, drove down, and got it to overtime, and then won it in overtime. Kirk Ferentz is still irritated about that game. He'll bring it up every now and then. I mean, he has got a mind as sharp as a tack. He doesn't forget anything. Doesn't forget great victories, but he certainly doesn't forget excruciating losses. I'm guessing every coach has their favorite moments and down moments like that.
Well, Gary, I don't know if you know this. That's the last time Nebraska has picked up a first down in overtime. Since then, they are 0 for 8 in overtime games and 0 first down. So
I did not know that.
Yeah, so if they go to overtime, you could use that on the broadcast this year. Gary, I don't recall an offseason where the quarterback of the Hawkeyes was as big of a story as Mark Gronowski has been over the last X amount of months since they were able to land him out of the transfer portal. He has often been referred to over this offseason as the best quarterback that the Hawkeyes have had in, and then people put in X amount of years. Sometimes they're going all the way back to 2002 and Brad Banks. Like, I wonder if you feel that he can be that good, that impactful of a quarterback in 2025.
I do. No, as impactful as Brad Banks. I mean, he was a Heisman runner-up. A guy named Carson Palmer. I don't know. I will tell you this. He's 6'3", 230 pounds. What I like is he's a fifth-year guy. So he's been around the block. He's won 2 national championships at South Dakota State. But even more insightful from my view is he's thrown for over 10,000 yards. He scored 133 touchdowns. So the guy knows north and south. He knows how to get to the scorer's table, and that's what's most impressive. As for is FCS even be compared to Division I? Well, over here in this part of the state of Iowa, I followed Bo Ryan for his entire career at UW-Platteville. He won 4 Division III national championships, and that turned out pretty good for Bo, as we all know at Wisconsin and UW-Milwaukee. Ben McCullum has won 4 national championships at the Division II level at Northwest Missouri State, and I'm sure Fred Hoiberg would tell you that if you win 4 national titles, I don't care what level you're at, you're good. So I would say the same thing about Gronowski. He carries himself like a quarterback should. He's confident, doesn't shoot his mouth off, he doesn't brag up and down, but the guy knows how to get his teammates involved. The other component here, guys, is this might be the deepest receivers room that Iowa's had in a decade. But as for the quarterbacks, I went back and looked at my notes from the last 15 years, and at the Holiday Bowl in 2019, Nate Stanley threw 5 touchdown passes.
Mm-hmm.
Now he had Amir Smith-Marset. He had, I think TJ, I don't know if TJ Hawkinson was on that too, but he had a great tight end. I think we can assume that.
Yeah.
I think Sam Laporta was just starting to come of age. You got to have a guy at the other end that can catch it. And we've struggled there too, or the Hawks have struggled there too. But no, I think, this goes right back to Tim Lester. Tim Lester has got his quarterback room now full of guys that he wanted. Hank Brown, who transferred in from Auburn, is a redshirt freshman, 6'4", 6'5". What I like about him, when he throws it, it's right on your fingertips. He's got great accuracy, and he's an understudy to Mark Gronowski this year. Jimmy Sullivan was a widely heralded thrower who's coming in here from, I believe, I know he's coming from Indiana. I can't remember which town. Evansville, I believe. So he's got a healthy quarterback room, but that's just the point. They got to stay healthy. Cade McNamara, I thought, was the answer a couple of years ago, and he couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah,
he tore a knee up, and then hurt a hamstring or a lat strain. Never ever could get untracked. And as you know, you're finding that out with Raiola, who's a terrific talent. If you can keep these guys healthy, you got a chance to win every Saturday.
Talking with the voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin, as our final team in 25 teams and 25 grums. As much as we're going to talk about Gronowski, the receivers, I was still going to run the football, and you got to find someone to replace Caleb Johnson. Now, the good news is Mouton last year was his backup, but you've got another great offensive line headed up by Logan Jones and Jennings Dunker. How do things look running the football this season?
Well, I'm glad you ended with the offensive line. Let me start with the offensive line. This might be Iowa's best offensive line. That's a mouthful because you guys know I just got done interviewing Brandon Scherf here about an hour ago, who's retired, grew up not too far from you guys in Denison, Iowa. One of the great guards in the history of Iowa football, won the Outland Trophy, played 10 years in the league and pocketed $110 million. So he, like Tristan Wirfs, like Robert Gallery, Iowa's known for its offensive line, but they've struggled the last few years because they just haven't been able to stay healthy. Now, Logan Jones saying he's coming back this year, and Jennings Dunker agreeing to come back this year, really boosted the talent level of this O-line. So it starts with those two, Jennings at right tackle, Jones, of course, is an All-American candidate at center. Bo Stevens lasted the entire year. A year ago, stayed healthy at the other guard spot. Cade Pieper, who is a mauler. He's one of those guys from Nebraska that the Hawks love to have. Norfolk, I believe, is where he's from. But he'll knock you into next week, and that's the kind of offensive lineman that the Hawks have lived through for all those years when they had the great running game. John, you mentioned Caleb Russell. It's ironic. Who's going to replace Caleb Russell? Well, who knew of Caleb Russell a year ago at this time?
Yeah,
I mean, we knew he was on the team. He was, I think, a sophomore or a junior, and look what he did: 1,500 yards and 22 touchdowns. Because Iowa is historically so adept at running the inside zone, which is where where Johnson feasted. So you mentioned Kamari Moulton. Jazz Patterson's a junior. Ty Washington, who's got jet speed, 4.3, 5.40. They brought him back from a receiver position. He's the third running back. They got a couple terrific freshmen, one from Texas, one from Tampa, who haven't played it down, but they're both 5'11", 205, square shoulders, and a typical Iowa running back. So they've got 5-6 candidates. They're that deep, which is good if you're Iowa, the way you like to run the football. And Lester will tell you they run the Green Bay Packers offense. That's where Lester came from. He said the throwing game starts with running backs. See Aaron Jones. He always brings up Aaron Jones, and from there you build out. And it's worked out pretty good for the Packers down through the years. Hopefully it will for the Hawks this year.
Gary, other side of the ball, not a ton of starters back, but there are, as always, there are going to be players that have been developing for the last few years. There's some new transfers as well. I'm curious, what are you most and least confident in on that side of the ball?
They're lacking depth at defensive tackle, but Aaron Graves is a returning All-American. Graves and the two defensive ends are phenomenal. I won't bring up Max Llewellyn. I know what kind of headache he created at the end of that game last year, but Llewellyn, Ethan Herkett, and Graves all were north of 6 sacks. So they spread the wealth around. All those three of those guys are back. I was reading an article the other day where Iowa's defensive line is ranked, I think, 3rd best returning in the Big Ten. That's a mouthful with 18 teams. Y.A. Black, he's playing in the league, but they brought in a kid that I know Nebraska was very interested in, Bryce Hawthorne, also from South Dakota State. And he will plug that other tackle position, at least for the time being. They brought in as you guys know, Iowa, Kirk doesn't really get into the transfer portal that much. I think they brought in 7 kids this year. 2 of them were defensive tackles who they really like, a kid from Central Michigan and Hawthorne from South Dakota State. So I think they'll be okay there. Your point about great players leaving, new ones coming in is well taken. I mean, I remember we were all hand-wringing when Cooper DeSheen decided to leave a year early. Jack Campbell, my goodness, Jay Higgins came out of nowhere and became a consensus All-American. Sebastian Castro, they lost 3 All-American linebackers last year, Nick Jackson, Higgins, and Castro, but they've got replacements. They have 3 redshirt freshmen that you've never heard of who are all Iowa farm kids and just mean as the day is long. So they'll be okay there. The secondary, I'm a little concerned about the corners. Deshaun Lee and TJ Hall have been around a couple of years, but they need to take that next step. The X-Man Xavier Wamp is in the back end. He could be an All-American. I think they'll be okay. I mean, and Phil Parker we trust. You know that guy.
Yep.
He's been outstanding all his career.
Gary, we wrap up each of these previews with some rapid-fire questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Nick, hit it.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
Who is the most important player this year?
For Iowa?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely the quarterback, Mark Gronowski. It starts with the quarterback.
Who is the player you're most interested to see how they contribute?
Kid named Zach Lutmar. That's a football name. He's from Rock Rapids, and they've inserted him into that safety rotation. He is a headhunter. I mean, he's an assassin.
What is the floor of expectation this year for Iowa?
Brutal schedule, obviously, at Nebraska, at Wisconsin, at USC, Penn State, and Oregon. And Minnesota, and come to Iowa City. And we go to Iowa State in 2 weeks. If you win 9 games on that schedule, to me, you're a wild card in the playoffs.
I would agree. What's the thing you love most about this year's team?
The lines. They have a highly ranked offensive line, highly ranked defensive line. When you can control the line of scrimmage, you got a chance to win every Saturday out.
Biggest worry you have about this team?
Biggest worry I have are the corners, the secondary in general. They got a couple of outstanding players back there, but Phil Parker was a defensive secondary coach when he came to Iowa. He loves the kids that he's recruited. They fit his system. I think they'll be okay, but they got to stay healthy back there. There's not a lot of depth in that cornerback position.
What percentage chance do you give Iowa of beating Nebraska again?
I really have to go there.
You could fudge it and just say 50.
Hey, Iowa was plus 12 in turnovers last year. They seemingly are plus double figures every year in turnovers. So I'll say it'll end on a turnover, and I won't predict who will get the turnover, but I'm pulling for the Hawks, even at tough Memorial Stadium.
What's your regular season record prediction for Iowa?
I'll go with 9 wins. Excuse me, 9-3, and a bowl game. But hopefully 9 wins is good enough for that playoff position.
Who's your pick to win the Big Ten?
Oh, boy. Ohio State has got so much talent every year, and they lost a ton off that. But, you're a returning national champion. I'll go with the Buckeyes again, unless the Hawks sneak in there.
And do you have 3 teams you like to win the national title?
Well, I think it'll be a bounce back year for Georgia. Not that last year was a failure. So I'll put Georgia in there. I'll put Ohio State in there. Of course, I'm a Big Ten guy. So my third team, Alabama always scares me, but I think it'll be. Don't sell Oregon short. Oregon will have a ton of talent. They got Phil Knight out there, man. They'll bring players in. So I'll go Oregon, Ohio State, and Georgia.
All right. Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes. Gary, have a great season. And I know we'll be talking again here in about 3 months.
We'll see you in Lincoln, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Gary.
There he is, Gary Dolphin.
You bet, guys.
Wrapping up 25 teams in 25 grums.
25 for 25.
Nicely done.
First time ever. Well done, Nick Grimm. And shout out to all of the guests for coming on.
Yes.
And so many of them, like Gary, joined us in the video stream, which was a lot of fun this year. Good times.
It was very good times. We'll come back because Kent's waiting in the green room.
Let's do it.
The movie club is next. The Departed, 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Oh, look at Kent. He has got the fedora on today, or whatever they call that hat. It's a nice hat.
Yes, that's what they call it.
It is a fedora. Okay.
Yes.
Great looking hat.
It's your full blown sort of mob hat. I should have got my I've got a gray, real old school fedora around the corner.
You know, when I see that hat, you know what it reminds me of? Remember what Hector Salamanca used to wear?
Yes,
It looks kind of like what Hector wore.
Nice reference, John.
Yeah. Good stuff.
By the way, this is a great day. Troy reminds me that we get Kent's prediction at the end of the interview.
Oh, that's right.
Which means we get evil Kent's prediction. He's back on the grum. It's so good to have him back.
Oh, my God, that's right. 'Cause, yeah, the game's on Thursday.
Good call.
Thank you, Troy, for reminding
Well,
me.
while we're on that subject, you told us last week you were going to be at the stadium for the food taste testing of the new concession items. What did you think?
What did I think? Okay, let me tell you what this really is, okay? What these things really are. Aramark, who's the concession company that is bringing in the concessions, does this at, I believe it's 150 stadiums and arenas.
Yep.
So, I mean, so there's kind of a standard food lineup that they serve.
Okay.
Right? I mean, you go to what most recently, the one I know is US Bank up in Minneapolis, the football stadium. They have that. Okay. They have a barbecue beef thing in Minneapolis. They have one here. The one here is, you know, got a Husker theme to it, right? So it's very similar arena food, sports food. Okay, but each of it's given a little bit of a Nebraska twist is the hook. And some of them are pretty good and really weirdly good. And by that, I'll start with a Reuben with Dorothy Lynch on it.
Actually, I think that could work.
Dressing.
Yeah.
And I talked to the chef and I was like, that's weird, you know? And he said, try it, you know, we'll see. Afterwards, I went, it's just weirdly good. I really thought it was good. The other things that I really like, they have a quote Husker burger, which is 2 patties of the Omaha steak burger, cheese, you know, lettuce, tomato on a red bun that they had specially made.
No, thank you.
There's a loaded mac and cheese with barbecue on it that was good. That's the one the chef thinks it'll be one of their big sellers. And you know, if you like grilled corn, they got some grilled corn that
weird.
Yeah, you just wonder if that's good enough, especially, I get it. A lot of this stuff happens in like big stadiums, like you talked about US Bank. But at US Bank, it's got regular seats. There's more space. When you're a Memorial Stadium cramped in there on those benches, I wonder if that's just going to be very practical while you're being squeezed in there to have this big, you know, corn cob covered in. It's like Mexican street corn.
They're only about that big.
Okay.
They're half, basically, I think, of it there. But anyway, and then they, of course, are going to have the Runzas and the, you know,
Val's Pizza.
Pizza and the foot-long Fairberry dog, which they put corn on now to, you know. So you and it was good. The other thing they served, if you want to talk about good food, the other thing that they served was they put one of the options for the sweet, which this one had beef ribs in a seafood boil, salmon, and that stuff was killer. You know, I guarantee you it ain't cheap for the people in the.
No, it is not.
It never is.
In the suites, but man, that food was great, and I think what it will be different next year, and I think people need to understand this. They had to come up with a menu that they could make in Memorial Stadium, which doesn't have a kitchen that was fitted to do that kind of preparation, because the only things they've been making there before were Valentino's pizza and Runza, which you throw into an oven and heat up.
Yeah, correct. They're making it elsewhere, and then they're just heating it up at the stadium.
So, you know, so it's a very limited, they had to work within those limitations. So from that, you know, I think it's fine. I'm not going to go as far as some people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rated them and stuff. You can't tell that from the piece of I did get most of the Reuben because the chef gave it to me, but the other samples were probably a third of a hamburger.
Yeah,
right?
tiny baby stuff.
Yeah, so you're not really getting the full sense of what it would be. It'll be interesting to me to see how much of that sells and how much people stick with their old favorites. And, you know, I think the overall sales will go up, but it'll be hard to guess how much. I will, however, say I'm guessing they will sell all 120,000 cans of beer that they're bringing in for the.
So you think they're going to sell out?
Absolutely.
Really?
Here's why: because you can't leave anymore.
Can't leave at halftime to go drink.
Leave at halftime, you can't. You know, you're going, and it's going to go through the third quarter. So I think, you know, that's not a ridiculous number. If you look at, let's say there are 80,000 people that are actually going to be concession type customers, that's not a ridiculous number. You know, if you go 2 apiece, you're at 80,000 beers. If you go half 2 apiece, right?
Yep.
Half the people get concessions and you get 2 apiece, you're at 80,000 right there.
My only contention is that because it's just unlike US Bank, you could leave your stadium, go to the concession stand, be back, and not miss a whole lot. At Memorial Stadium, you might have to budget a whole quarter.
No,
especially if you're sitting in some places in that stadium.
No, they've actually got a system that will prevent that. This is a grab and go type thing. You go through, show your ID, go through, pick up your whatever beer, you can get up to 2, set it on a machine, it scans it, pay, gone. And they say average transaction time is 15 seconds.
Oh, it's like what they have at Coors Field. Coors Field has stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, there it is. Little concession review. Now we get to our movie.
Yeah, mate. Now I'm concerned. John wanted to take away some of the time to talk about The Departed.
Yeah, The Departed,
because he's not a fan of it. The Departed, based off of multiple things, Kent, including a 2002 Hong Kong film titled Infernal Affairs, which I've never seen, but I've heard great things about, and also a real life gang in Boston, of which I know one person, Whitey Bulger. And this came out in 2006. This is a Martin Scorsese movie, the one that finally got him all of the Oscars that he had been waiting for years and years and years. It is essentially, it's kind of two paths. On one side, you have Leonardo DiCaprio, who went through the police academy, and then he tries to infiltrate Jack Nicholson's gang and take them down from the inside. You also have Matt Damon's character, who also went through the academy, but rose up even higher, but is working also with Jack Nicholson from the other side. So he is the real bad guy in this movie.
He's the mole.
He is the mole. And over the course of the movie, eventually Matt Damon's character is searching for himself. as all sorts of stuff is happening. I love this movie, Kent. I hadn't watched it in a few years. I picked it because John and Nick had never seen it. It came up. I almost said when we were doing it, it was in the crossover. When I think of The Departed, the first thing I always think of is Martin Sheen's character falling. And because that was like used in all the commercials and all the trailers, which is such a bummer because it's one of the more memorable. I mean, it might be the most
I
memorable.
honestly didn't remember that.
That's awesome because that's such a memorable part of the movie. It's not, it's not his best gangster movie, his being Scorsese, but man, I really dig this movie. It was fun to watch it again.
Okay, which one do you think is better?
I like Goodfellas the most.
Goodfellas is easily better.
I do like Goodfellas a lot.
Because this is a fine film.
It's really, really good.
And it, I went, this is one of those movies that I've watched a number of times.
Oh yeah, same.
So, I'm looking at stuff maybe differently than just, what's the story? How's it work? And two things hit me this time, one of which has zero to do with the movie. As I'm sitting here, and remember, this is now 20 years, right?
Wow. Yes.
I look at those, the cast, and I've talked to about Nicholson, Damon, Marty Sheen, Marky Mark, and it's like, I talked to all these people, which was just, okay, that's pretty weird.
Yeah.
But then the thing that I really noticed or honed in on this time, Thelma Schoonmaker continues to be, although they're not very active, Scorsese's editor. She is the best film editor on the planet, I think. And from the first 5 minutes of the movie, it's an editing masterpiece. And I just give you one example that's simple, but it's like so effective. When he's recruiting the little kid that grows up to be Matt Damon, right? That last scene where he's talking to him about, is the gun, if you're a cop or a criminal, when the gun's pointing at you, what difference does it make? And it shows the little kid's face, and then immediately it's Matt Damon's face in the police. That's editing brilliance right there, right? And it goes through the whole movie. The other thing in relation to what you were saying, Josh, this thing is, I've seen Internal Affairs and it's really good.
Yeah.
But this is not that movie. This is much more Americanized, and it was sort of, how do I want to put it? It became grittier because of that. It became more, and it also became more ethnic, if that's the right word, with all the Irish this and this, that is not in that original film, right? It's so it's very Americanized, and the Whitey Bulger character is, but also the Matt Damon character is modeled on a corrupt FBI agent, real one. So so it comes there, but Scorsese's the master of these kind of movies, and I think this is one of his better ones.
Yeah, Kent, one of the things that stood out to me, because I'm like you, I've seen it, many, many times, and you always kind of remember that you've seen a movie a lot when the plots are unfolding and you're like, oh, I know that line, I know that line, I know that line. But one thing that I noticed this time that I don't think I'd noticed before was how little respect people have for Matt Damon's character, like across the board, right? Like, that his girlfriend eventually, like, how that relationship is going to end. But I texted one of my buddies the other night a line where he said to Frank, to the Jack Nicholson character, he goes, Frank, I need to find myself. And he goes, you're telling me. And that line hit me like a ton of bricks as I've now gotten older. Like, oh man, like they can all see it. Alec Baldwin, the very famous scene about, getting married so women know X, Y, and Z, and it's working overtime. Like you can see in that moment how little he respects him, even though he's climbed up the ladder. People just don't really he's a scumbag of a human being. So I noticed that maybe more than I've ever noticed it before.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of it, but you're right. You're absolutely right. The other thing that I noticed this time, or maybe not just this time, but what really hammered home this time is that escalation of violence at the end is it also like corresponds to this sort of internal escalation inside the three characters, right? It becomes more and more convoluted and you know, right? It follows the violence. It was really, I mean, that I it's a terrible description, but you kind of get, you know what I'm trying to get at.
No. It all kind of blends in together. The thing that probably impressed me the most, and I have to put myself back in 2006, but even so, I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio was a huge star. Matt Damon was a huge star. Jack Nicholson obviously is an icon. Marky Mark was just really getting going here. Martin Sheen has always been around, and Alec Baldwin. How you were able to have this many, I mean, all of these guys have been leading guys in major films. And for obviously Nicholson's character and Damon and Leonardo DiCaprio, those are the three main characters in all of this. But it didn't feel like one was suffocating the others, that you were able to make a film like this with all of these great stars, and it didn't feel like one was trying to take over, right? Because, I mean, when I saw initially, I mean, it was basically your two main, you know, the two guys are basically pitted against each other. You have Leonardo DiCaprio and Matt Damon, and they don't appear together until the very end.
Until the very end.
Until the very end.
Yeah.
Which probably was good for the film. Obviously, it was necessary for the story because these were two different moles kind of working opposite each other. But that was probably the thing that stood out to me was, man, there's a lot of star power in here, and it's very easy for someone, you know, for egos or whatever to take over, and that never happened. Everyone had their place. Everyone filled their spot perfectly. I thought Alec Baldwin, even though his Boston accent was terrible, you know, he, with the ego that he's got, but he filled his role. He did his job.
Yeah.
And that's
it was actually pretty funny too, I thought.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Oh my gosh, when he goes Patriot Act, like that's one of the funniest line deliveries of the whole movie.
I think part of the reason that you don't have somebody overwhelming this picture is because it's an actual movie, right?
Yeah.
Not a movie star movie. It's a, you know, there is no one central character to really take over, number one. But number two, that does not happen on Scorsese pictures, even if there is one central. I mean, look at Casino, for example, a mob, and that one is about the De Niro character, right? Rosenthal, the casino operator. But who got the acclaim for this movie? Sharon Stone.
Yeah.
As his girlfriend. Because he didn't just, because that's Scorsese.
Yeah.
Because that comes as well from the director. I mean, Scorsese might be my very favorite director of all time.
He's very good.
And yeah, I mean, you know, there are some others that I can go, oh, Akira Kurosawa, which is true, but most people, I'm not going to sit here and say they've seen 17 Kurosawa movies. They've probably seen 10
Scorsese movies.
Scorsese pictures.
Yeah. You know, Kent, one of the things that I remember from this time as someone who, so this movie comes out and I had just turned 18. And in the previous few years, for like a boy, if you will, who is becoming a man, like Leonardo DiCaprio was always so interesting because for like my generation, he was always like the actor that all the girls really liked, right? And so I was like, I don't see Leonardo DiCaprio movies. He's in the girl movies. And then Catch Me If You Can comes out in 2004. And, you know, I remember going into that like, I'm going to go see a Leonardo DiCaprio movie. And I was like, well, this guy's a pretty good actor.
Yes.
This was the movie, though, that I remember thinking, holy crap, this guy is awesome. And I think, you know, there's so many impressive actors as John just went through all of them. man, every time I watch this, though, I think I get even more blown away by him. And I think part of it too is in the early moments, they're flashing around because you can always tell by his facial hair. Baby face versus that kind of scruffy goatee thing he has going on. And so he's playing all these different parts in that scene with Sheen and Wahlberg, where he's talking about how, I mean, especially he essentially speaks in kind of a coded language. When he's around this family, he does this. When he's around this family, he does that. And man, I just think he has all that pain too that he's kind of trying to bottle up. And the great scene with the therapist the first time, he is awesome. I mean, it's no wonder that he is, maybe the greatest actor of his generation. And I think he shows that up and down in this movie.
You hit that scene that I probably would have hit too, where the three of them are in the office.
So good.
Right? And that all of them were good, Yep. And the interesting thing when Martin Sheen, when you see him like play a guy like that, is like if you've having been around him enough, he's like the nicest guy in the world. He's a really good guy and really compassionate and and wants to help people and all. And he comes, you put him in a role like that, and he's just great in it. And it's it's not him at all.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked this movie.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It was really cool because Paige had also never seen it before, so we were
that's
just
so fun.
I could tell the moment both of us just got so locked in
to
the movie. I mean, I guess I could tell when I was locked in, and then I knew Paige was locked in when the Martin Sheen thing, when he fell, and she was like, "Oh no!" Like just that kind of expression. Really good. I will say, with how fast paced the editing is, and my weird face blindness between Matt Damon and Marky Mark and I guess young Leo, it kind of made me feel kind of all over the place.
It especially early, it moves so fast.
And I don't know what it is. I've always had face blindness, not so much with Leo, except for now, because I never realized how much young Leo, 2006 Leo, looked so much like Matt Damon. Like they don't, but they do to me for whatever reason. My brain just has trouble connecting those dots. But once we got past the title sequence where it says The Departed and then Shipping Up to Boston plays, which incredible. The music.
That was the first time I'd ever heard that song was in this movie.
Okay, Nick, go ahead, Nick. Music.
The music in this movie is incredible. And I mean, I, of course, always loved Dropkick Murphys. I loved every single song and every scene it was in. It was appropriate, very appropriate. My favorite scene in the entire movie, though, was when Martin Sheen's character died and then they get into that shootout. Before one of the guys from Jack Nicholson's gang is like, "Hey, come to 314, whatever." And then in my head, I'm like, "Wait, that's not."
You said it
That's
wrong.
not right.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I just kind of made a note of that. And then when Leo's talking to him on his deathbed, he's like, "Why do you think I gave you the wrong thing?" I'm like, "Oh God, he's a co-op. He's a co-op." I really, really like that detail that they added, because then they've even alluded to it. It's like, I have a lot of guys on the inside. I'm not going to tell you who they are.
Let me be critical of the music for just a second.
Of course.
No, I love the music.
Well, there's no AC/DC.
No, I love the music. But it's obvious that Martin Scorsese's favorite song of all time is the Rolling Stones' Gimme Shelter.
I love that song.
Which is one of my favorites. But he used it in Goodfellas. And so when he played it the first time at the beginning, I'm like, this is Goodfellas again. And then he used it a second time in this film. So he kind of violates, it's like, come on, there's got to be something else. But that's just a minor complaint.
He did use Shipping Up to Boston twice. My one music complaint, though, is he played the Roger Waters version of Comfortably Numb instead of just Pink Floyd.
Thank you.
Because I think the Pink Floyd one is the pinnacle of that song.
Well, it's because it's their song.
Okay,
right.
You know why that kind of thing happens. Pink Floyd may not have licensed, might have wanted way more money.
That's probably true.
Than Roger Waters. I mean, that's just how it works. I've kind of always been stunned by how Scorsese's been able to get all this. Like, Rolling Stones are expensive if you want to put them in your movies, but somehow his movies are always filled with Rolling Stones songs. But they're great. The score, the soundtrack is fabulous, right?
Yeah, it really is.
And the Dropkick Murphys guys have said, they said the funniest thing for them is, a lot of people, that's first they heard of Dropkick Murphys. And they said about 50-50 people went out and bought the records and came to the shows. About half of them liked it, half of them hated it.
Mhm. I'm pretty sure after that I went home and illegally downloaded a couple songs from the Dropkick Murphys.
Also, when I heard Badfinger's Baby Blue, I thought we're at the end of Breaking Bad.
Nice.
Incredible music choice.
Yeah,
I loved the music in
He
this
did.
so much.
He did. But I just had a small criticism. It's like, really? We're going to use this again?
Yeah, why not? It's a great song. I love the Stones.
All right. Well, that is The Departed. It is on Netflix if you want to catch it.
Yeah.
Catch it.
And it's over 2 hours, however.
It is. It is 2.5 hours. So
Moves pretty fast.
And I always want people to know that, because I think you should watch a movie end to end and not, I'll watch an hour of it tonight and an hour of it tomorrow. Well,
Yeah,
let's
only
not.
sickos do that.
Yeah.
Real freaks.
Yeah, John.
Nope. I watched the whole thing straight through.
Nice.
It is time. Well, first off, we'll quick announce next week. This is Spinal Tap.
Because who hasn't seen this movie, John?
Me.
That is crazy. What?
I also haven't seen it, but I won't be here.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about a music movie without me.
You can watch it still.
It is on Pluto. I don't think we've ever Plutoed a movie before.
I Plutoed myself. I don't think so either.
Yeah, it's on Pluto. But
I am such a Spinal Tap lunatic. I went to see it in the theaters the one day that it came back. A month ago?
yeah, it was a couple weeks ago, a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Somewhere around here, I have the script for the movie. I could talk Spinal Tap with you for a week.
Well, we'll carve out plenty of time next week.
Yes, we will. We'll
Ken's a
carve
real
out plenty of
Spinal
time.
Tapper.
But as Josh mentioned, it is now time for Kent's prediction for the season opener. Might as well be the home opener,
Mhm.
but it's in Anaheim. It's in Arrowhead. Anaheim, Arrowhead, whatever. Cincinnati, Nebraska. What is your pick?
Based on absolutely nothing, because anybody that thinks they know what's going to happen in this game does not, because it's the first game between two teams that haven't played, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to say Nebraska 31 and Cincinnati 17.
31-17.
Cover.
Cover. But what does evil Kent pick this week?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Ooh, a lot of questions about John Butler's black shirts, if that's to be the case.
Lots of questions about a lot of things. If 90 points get rung up.
Yeah. Kent, before we let you go, season prediction. You're our first.
Oh, Lord. How about 8-4?
8-4.
Better get the marker out and put
Get
it
it
up
on the board. Awesome.
All right. Well, Kent, have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you next Friday, and we'll carve out plenty of time for This Is Spinal.
Into America.
Thank you, Kent.
Thanks, Kent.
See ya.
Kent, welcome out on the Lincoln Journal-Star. We got Mitch and his final training camp report next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus.
Matt Rule finally finished his press conference, so we can get to Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs. Andy, you don't have this problem with Andy Reid, but Matt Rule talks a long time.
Well, and it's game day, boys. So
Is that off your Walkman?
it's off my Walkman. How good is that quality?
That's great quality.
Well played. Well played,
Well
Mitch.
done.
Very
Game
well
day.
played.
John, where's my eye black?
Where's your eye black? I mean,
Yes. It's game night. I'm on with you, and I loaned it to you for the Auburn game in the NCAA tournament, and I don't think I've got it back.
well, that's because
You
I
can
had.
get it down
That's
here
because I went back in after we started falling behind, and I went back in and I used it all. I really
You
went
can
over
get
the
down.
top.
Give it to Josh. He can get down here 4:25. He could be here pretty close to kickoff at 7:20.
I mean, don't they do the little patches anymore? No one does. Anyone?
Some people still do the eye
Do
black.
they still do? I mean,
then they do the
That's right.
cross.
well, it's when they
Straighten
paint their
him
whole
out.
face.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, Mitch. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
I was just going to say,
No,
Matt
go.
Rule at his presser earlier today, he was talking about how good the grass is at Arrowhead. I wasn't planning on asking you about this, but what makes the grass so good at Arrowhead?
The kind of grass that it is. The Kansas City Chiefs are unique. They put a rye bluegrass mix together. It is super scientific. They raise it at a turf farm in Oklahoma, and it's a tight, fast surface. NFL players, ours and others, love it. They hate artificial surface. They hate a tall kind of grass like bluegrass. This is the closest thing you can get near the 40th parallel line to Bermuda that you can get, and that's what Matt's referring to. It is a super fast track. Now, the first hard freeze makes it hard on it because it's not a deep-rooted grass. So there's several times we're resodding and seeding the field, but we have that turf farm down in Oklahoma going all the time. It's very scientific because we want the best and fastest surface for our players and for an NFL game. So he's right. He's dead on. I'm glad you brought it up because it's really an untold story.
The history of the Chiefs and their turf. I mean, the sod father, that's it. That's him.
Mm-hmm.
That's George Toma, who was in charge of practically every Super Bowl for 50 years. You know, there's
I saw him. I just saw him before camp. I did a fundraiser, and there was the sod father. I think, man, I'm thinking, how old is George? But it was funny. We had one of our players did a fundraiser with me that George was there. Colin Saunders, great guy. Moved on to other teams. But anyway, he saw him and read the book. He knew about him. Although he grew up in St. Louis, he goes, oh, my God, it's the sod father. Like he was meeting, the Lord or something. Like, so it was just pretty cool. But the sod father does have a great reputation. But his
96.
legacy lives on here.
96 years old. 96 years
There you go.
old. The great George Toma. All right. So today's kind of
Huskers will love this. They will love this surface. When the guys get out and walk around, they're going to go, okay, yeah, we're all about it.
So we're going to put a bow on training camp. Now we're getting ready for the season. Obviously, one more preseason game coming up tonight. What is your biggest worry going into the season about the Chiefs?
I would say I'm going to start on the defensive side. I've kind of extolled their virtues, but I'm looking at defensive depth on the inside. It's preseason. I got it. The Chiefs have given up 408 rushing yards in 2 preseason games, and it's been a lot of the backups in there, but hey, the backups have to play. That, and I would say corner. I think they're going to keep 5 corners and 5 safeties. We know who the 5 safeties are. We're not sure who the 5 corners are going to be, and it's other than Trent McDuffie, it's been a lot of injuries, ton of injuries, and then inconsistency. So that group has got to kind of button it down before the Charger game in Brazil, and then taking care of the run defense. The other side would be for Kingsley Suamati at left guard to be better in the pass blocking game. He got kind of worked over last week. The fans are concerned, and he'll get some reps tonight against a really good Chicago front. They're going to play their guys, first teamers, for a while. So will we. So at least for maybe 4 or 5 series of this game, it's going to look like a real game.
As you mentioned many times, this division's better than it's been in quite a while in terms of balance. I mean, all the way down to the Raiders, who have basically been living in the cellar the last few years. They've gotten a lot better. They bring in Pete Carroll. We know the Chargers are on the rise. The Broncos made the playoffs last year. When you compare this division to what it's been basically since this Chiefs run started, is this the toughest stretch it has been in the last, we'll call it it's been 8 years in a row now? Is this the toughest?
No, 9.
9
if you're keeping track at home. Now that includes a 12-4 Raider team, and that includes a 12-4 Charger team. People just think that this has been trash division,
right?
Like the Patriots had for their 11-year run of winning. That was an NFL record. We're second with 9. It hasn't been completely a trash division, but to your point, it hasn't been like this from the other 3 points on the star
Very deep.
of this 4 stars. So I'm with you on that. I think the rosters have improved, and then you've got 4 legit coaches at all 4 spots. 3 of them won Super Bowls, and one won a national championship and was in a Super Bowl and lost to his brother. So, yeah, these other 3 teams are sick of losing to us, and I get it. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys. We haven't just sat here and been in a rowboat on the Missouri River going back and forth from Council Bluffs to Omaha. We got a really good group, a talented group, and we kept the guys, the core that we wanted to keep. We had 28 free agents walk off the field in Super Bowl 59. 14 are back, but we've added a really good rookie class. So we're going to get in there and punch away with the other 3, but it's going to be fun to watch. And I would say the other division would be the NFC North. You look at what the Bears have done. They make a great hire. So the NFC North and the AFC West, to me, will be the 2 most interesting divisions to watch.
And thus puts a bow on our training camp reports.
Wow.
But of course, as always, Mitch will be back during the regular season. And a reminder, Chiefs fans, ever since we started bringing Mitch on weekly, this is when the run began.
Greatest era.
So again, don't credit Mahomes. Don't credit Brett Veach. Don't credit Andy Reid. You credit the Grum. We're the reason why the Chiefs have been so doggone good.
And Mitch, an announcement to you, we're bringing Brad Sham onto the show this year as a new weekly guest to talk about the Dallas Cowboys.
No, we're not doing,
I'm so excited. It's going to be awesome.
No, we're not going to do that.
Brett, will he be smoking his pipe while he's on the air? Or
it'll just be sad.
When you're talking to Brad Sham, it's like you're talking to some poet laureate.
Oh, I love his voice. It's a great
voice. You know what? You guys are right. I saw there's a monument right outside the Union Pacific Museum in Council Bluffs for you guys.
I know.
It's Mahomes. It's Mahomes, Coach Reed, Kelsey, and you 2.
And us.
And
us.
lifting the 3 Lombardis. Yeah. And I go, why is it the Union Pacific? Anyway, it's there, folks. Go see it.
Yeah.
Mitch, have a great call tonight, and we'll talk to you in a couple weeks when it's time to go to Brazil.
Brazil. All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch Holtz is brought to you by the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs, Hy-Vee.
Hy-Vee.
Still to come, our One Beer Friday.
Yep.
College football picks. Now, this isn't our Nebraska picks. That'll be next week, but this is our college football picks. The Big 4 conferences, who wins, who's in the playoff. But coming up next, Presidency.
Lovely.
On 1620 The Zone. Welcome back here on the Grum on this One Beer Friday. It's going to get a little rainy, a little stormy here in an hour or so.
One storm Friday.
Yeah, it's not huge, but might be a little rain on your commute. You know, rain goes good with orange traffic cones, which are freaking everywhere.
They are everywhere.
It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
President C, Marty Cordero, your president, the Grand Poobah, the man behind both the Omaha Storm Chasers and Union Omaha, joining us today on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. It's hard to believe, President C. I spend all the time driving back home and I see those billboards counting down to the start of the baseball season. And doggone it, if it isn't almost over here in Omaha.
It is. You stumped me there for a moment. I'm like, is it really late August?
Yeah.
And it is late August. But what a year for baseball, you know? A lot of young talent at the big league level. You have teams that, you know, a lot of us didn't think would still be hanging around this time of year. The Royals are surging. The Cubs, they had a better showing against the Brewers than most teams
Our
have
offense
fared, over
sucks.
the last couple of weeks. Yeah, I can't disagree with that. But you look, there's a lot of positive things happening, and you know, in spite of the challenges that Jersh's squad has had, this team has had a lot of fight. And you know, the last 3-4 weeks, this team's been playing a lot better. And you know, we've got Cags on rehab, and you know, some new players up from AA. So yeah, a lot of exciting things happening on the baseball field and off. Still a lot of promotions left. So we're excited about our next 6 starting next Tuesday, and then our final 6, which start on September the 9th.
Marty, speaking of off the field, you had a really good summer with some of the cool things that the organization was able to do around the community.
Yeah, I tell you, Lexi Smith was a new addition. She was in a role with the Royals down in Kansas City, and she played college softball there. And we were able to hire her in April, and she really has come in and done a really, really nice job. You know, we've always been committed to the community, as both of you know, but she's kind of ramped it up this year and has some new ideas for next year, and really proud of all the things that, you know, not only our front office is doing, but you know, even Cags was out last week along with Carter Jensen and Brian Johnson. And I hate to list names because I know I'm going to leave some of the players out, but you know, whether it was Madonna Rehab or whether it was Children's Hospital or Neighborhood or Moving Veterans Forward, I just go down the list. You know, I mean, there's so many different places that we've been engaged in over the last, you know, 6, 7, 8 days. And yeah, the players are right there with us. And, you know, and that's one of the reasons why we love our partnership with the Kansas City Royals.
Marty Cordero joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Now, I started the interview by saying it's almost over baseball season, but if I'm counting correctly, I believe 11 more games at home to go this year, and a lot of promotions that you still have for the fans. What are some of the highlights we have to look forward to over these next 2.5, 3 weeks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is a lot. And, you know, we start Tuesday back. You know, you can still bring canned foods out to help support Neighborhood. I've already been slimed, so that's not happening anymore. But, you know, we are still accepting canned goods. And then Bark in the Park Wednesday, Pride Night, and $3 Thursday. And then fireworks on Friday. And then our big promotion we haven't done for a number of years is we partnered up with Kansas Speedway. The pace car will be here, and they'll be presenting NASCAR night next Saturday night. And you'll be able to win tickets to the race, and there'll be a number of other activations that night that our promotions team is putting in place.
And while baseball might be coming to a close soon, Marty, soccer continues to roll on. There's still a lot of home matches left this year.
There are 7 more, and we have 10 overall matches to end the season. So 1/3 of our season still remains, and 7 of those are at home. And the next one is tomorrow night, Gate 6. Kick will be just after 7 against AV Alta. And, you know, since our interim coach, Coach Vinny, has taken over, he's taken us from last place to just a game out of the playoffs. We've risen to 9th. This team is playing better. They're playing loose. They're playing confident. They're having fun again. And it's been exciting to see the Owls get back to the Owls of old. And we'll see how much is left in the tank these final 10 matches. I expect us to continue to play well. And tomorrow night we'll be celebrating Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. So we ask Omaha area fans, if you haven't tried soccer, come out tomorrow night, celebrate Wild Kingdom night, and watch the Owls on the pitch at 7:00.
So if it's Wild Kingdom night, does this mean that like Marlon Perkins is flying overhead in the helicopter and poor Jim has to go down and wrestle the alligators?
Yes.
See? I get it. That's an old reference. See, Mutual of Omaha, the Wild Kingdom show.
Oh, yeah.
Very popular back in the day, but that was always the bit was Marlon Perkins was the host. He got to stay in the helicopter while poor Jim had to go down and do all the dirty work and, try to corral the angry, wildebeest.
Classic.
Yeah, classic stuff. Well, Marty, it's been a fun year. There's still time. By the way, next year, I believe season ticket renewals have gone out too, haven't they?
Yeah, we started season ticket renewals a couple weeks ago, and the schedule was released on the 12th, and it's an interesting schedule. I'll kind of just start with that, and we are excited that Memphis does make a return visit. They were not here in this season in 25, but Memphis will be here during the first half of the season next year, and they gave us the Iowa Cubs a grand total of 6 home games next year, which are the last 6 games of the season. So it's really an odd schedule. 2 teams that are 2 hours apart and they come here once. So it's an odd schedule, but we are home the entire July 1st through 5th weekend, which will be very different. Teams normally split the 3rd and 4th, but we'll be home the whole weekend, which we're excited about as the country gets ready to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country. So that'll be a big weekend for us here at Warner Park next year.
Marty, we always appreciate the chat. Thanks a lot, and enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match tomorrow night, and I think I actually might watch some baseball a little bit this weekend too. I haven't been able to watch too much on television, but look. Let's go Huskers, and let's go college football. And I won't dare cheer for my Saints. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch with about half of a left eye open this year. We'll see, but hey, a lot of excitement with football in a lot of spots. So excited to see local high school football get started.
That's right.
It's a great time of year.
Thank you, Marty.
Marty Cordero,
see you guys.
President of the Omaha Storm Chasers and Omaha Union, joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hub.
Shout out to Nick, doing great work. This is the first time we've ever had 2 graphics for the same guest. And so we were able to, hey, we talk a little Union. Hey, we're talking a little Storm Chasers. Hey, we're talking a little Union. Good stuff, Nick.
Thank you.
You could have just put both on the same one.
But it was more fun.
But also the colors, John, the colors.
The colors. Look at those colors. You did a great job, Nick. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It looks nice.
Yeah, very nice.
You know what looks better?
Football!
A beer in my hand.
Oh, that too.
Coming up, it is time to start the predicting season.
Yes.
Our playoff picks, our Power 4 conference champions, and our national champions.
Wow.
Will any of our picks be a spoiler on what our Nebraska picks are going to be next week?
Hello.
And what is home field worth?
Ooh, that's a fun question.
1620 The Zone. One Beer Friday next.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer. Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
That's the sound of One Beer Friday. Happy August 22nd, everybody, and happy One Beer Friday. Soon to be brought to you again by Cross Strain. Remember, Cross Strain, the official craft beer of the Huskers, is Cornhusker Crusher. Now, Nick's going to have his Cornhusker Crusher today.
Look how
he was
good
not
that looks
here.
in our camera.
He wasn't here the other day when
Doug stopped by.
Doug stopped by and brought us some samples. We're saving the rest for our trip to Kansas City.
I was bummed when I saw that and I wasn't here, but I'm glad I get to try it now. It's delicious.
It is very, very tasty. Very tasty.
And if you would like to send us a pic of what you're drinking, send it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, and please use the hashtag OneBeerFriday.
Or on Blue Sky.
People forget we're on Blue Sky.
I forget we're on Blue Sky.
I think people forget that there is a blue sky.
I went and
because right now it's gray out there.
I just re-blued a post from somebody drinking a beer from last week.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you didn't blue yourself.
Because when I'm gone, nobody retweets anything anymore. No, or retweets. Today I had to scroll through and retweet a bunch of stuff, including something from our friend Old Man Doug. You don't give Old Man Doug a retweet anymore, John. I just want you to know that, Doug. I got you.
They need to bring back the tweet deck.
Look, it's there. I can show you how to do it, and you say no. Look at how glorious.
Well,
this
actually,
is.
you know what? There was a issue.
But that was on your old computer.
That was on my old computer. This
Yeah.
is the new computer, so
Mhm.
maybe it'll go back up there.
It is nice. It's nice to have.
Because I forget to, switch back and forth and back and forth.
Back into the left, back into the left.
Take it back now, y'all.
Oh, man. It is so good to be here on the eve of another college football season.
But it's still baseball season.
For another 18 hours.
9 to 10 weeks, depending on how long the World Series goes.
I love baseball. John, you got any World Series picks yet?
No, it's not time for that, Nick. Also, it's almost volleyball season.
Yeah,
Women's
Nebraska's-
sports erasure, Nick. Yikes.
Man,
Josh, I will go
so
to
last
both
night,
Supernovas games.
Last night,
yeah,
because I wanted to see how they were doing, but I also wanted to see the first ever ESPN Plus presentation.
Yes,
of,
how'd that go?
Looked good.
Good.
Of course, Joe Willman and everyone does a great job there. But did you see how Creighton women's soccer lost last night?
I did.
It was like the last 3 minutes of the match.
Yes.
And the ball was about 40 yards away, maybe. Yeah. And there was a Creighton player and an Iowa State player going for it. Yep. And the goalkeeper came out to help out and to clear it because it was like, hey, it's getting late. We got to try to score a goal. The Iowa State player made a great play on the ball.
Yeah, for sure.
And basically shot one into an empty net from 40 yards away.
Yeah, absolutely brutal way to lose.
And it was kind of, you could tell it was going there. And it's like, is it anyone in blue going to show up and just come out of the side of the screen and knock this ball away? No.
The answer to that question was no.
Bird on bird crime.
It was bird on bird.
Kinda. Like,
well, but
a cyclone isn't a bird, but their mascot's a bird. So I've always been confused about what Psy is.
By the way, did you see what the Iowa State, they're wearing their Cyclone helmets?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Like the ones from the 90s or the 80s.
Oh, that's my favorite Cyclone logo.
Where it's just the
Let's go.
cursive.
Just the curve. Okay, I thought you were saying it was the one where it said Iowa State, but then below that was like the Twister.
That was from the
this one.
That was from the
80
early 2000s.
Okay. I thought that was 84.
No, that was late.
He's talking
90s.
about a different one. He's talking about the even older Iowa State Cyclone where the bird isn't in it. He's talking about way older.
That one, where it says Iowa State. And
Yes.
that was from the early 80s.
That's my favorite Iowa State logo.
Yeah, no, Nick, they're wearing, I mean, it's a pretty sharp helmet. Has Kansas State put out what they're wearing? Is it? Are they wearing
It's
their
the regular
road?
Power Cat.
Are they wearing a road on or a home on home?
I don't
uniforms?
know.
Oh,
I
man,
didn't.
that'd be
I just
sweet.
saw the helmet.
Because the color scheme is different enough that they could, if they wanted to, wear purple.
They could go
They
color
should.
on color.
I think
That
every
would be
game
lovely.
should be a color on color game.
If the schedule allows, or just period.
all
Or
the time.
as long as the teams don't have identical looking
I mean, every
uniforms. Like
team has a-
Nebraska and Wisconsin could not do color on color.
Every team has a secondary color. Nebraska would just wear their black uniforms against
They
Wisconsin.
don't have black as one of their colors.
But they have it as one of their uniforms.
But they don't have it as one of their colors, Josh.
Interesting. At what point does it become one of their colors?
Never.
Even if they wore, what if they changed the uniform to black uniforms? Would you say that they?
Well,
have
then
made
that
it-
would destroy a lot of things like the words to the fight song, Scarlet and Cream.
and black. Yeah, that's true.
So, before we get to our picks, Brian Fremo, he's one of them college football nerds.
Yeah.
But he put out a graph earlier this week about college football home field advantage. What is home field advantage worth? And this graphic goes back to 2000. Back in 2004, it leaves the graph, right? So it shows like 2 points per game, 3 points per game, 4 points per game. The 2004 dot looks
It's
like
like the goat.
It's like so college football home field advantage was worth basically a touchdown.
Why was home field advantage so good in 2024 or 2004? I wonder.
I don't
what
know,
is
but
this-
ever since then, it has been on a precipitous drop until the
year.
last 2 years.
Oh, wow. Look at that. And maybe even a slight uptick 3 years ago as well. But certainly the last 2 years have had a nice jump.
So what is college football home field advantage worth?
Yeah.
3.1 points per game.
And how does he come to this number?
Just according to the graphic, it says
Oh, okay.
average final scoring margin for home teams in FBS regular season conference games since 1998.
Okay.
So it's very simple. It's not even analytics.
It's like a Grimm formula.
But it's 3.1. That is a 12-year high.
Interesting.
A 12-year high. So I guess now when we do our estimations, we could basically add a field goal.
Add a field goal. Because, Vegas for a while has been moving away from the classic add a field goal to a home team, and it's been closer to
Well,
like
but
1.5, 2 points.
if you look,
It makes sense why it was.
We haven't seen 3 points or better since 2016. And before that, you got to go back to 2012. So this is only the second time since 2012 that home field advantage has been worth 3 points or more.
I have a quick little opinion on maybe why this is the case. As conferences get more unwieldy, schedule and travel is a lot different than it used to be.
You
USC
think
travels
that's
to
part of it, though? Because, that's only been a recent phenomenon, or is it just the talent?
Well, that could play a part
Yeah.
in it too. But the last couple of years, we have seen more cross-country trips for
We
a lot
have.
of these
We have.
teams,
Yeah.
and so I'm guessing that.
But I'm curious basically from 2005 to about 2020, 2021.
Sure enough, yeah.
It's been just like
Well, and
constantly.
that's interesting. What is the lowest of all of these? 2020, and that makes sense.
Yes.
Because there weren't crowds for the most part in
Yes.
college football, and so thus home field advantage.
It was worth about 1.5 points.
The advantage you had was that you got to sleep in your own bed, but otherwise, you were not getting a raucous stadium that was going to be able to affect the other teams. Interesting.
2004, you know what? I figured out why 2004 was so much higher than the rest. Because Texas Tech won by 60.
Oh my gosh, that game alone, that and the Oklahoma win over Nebraska skewed it because they basically beat them 100-10 or 13 or whatever it was. Good Lord. You're right. That maybe honestly that would have played a part in it.
Well, kids, it is time for college football 2025.
This is a fun graphic, John.
It is. I like that.
The slogan for this year's college football 2025, I know what you're thinking. Why are we doing this?
Because it's fun. Because it's fun to predict.
That, of course, was a quote famously uttered by Matt Rule.
In the 80th minute of today's press conference.
I know what you're thinking. Why are we doing this?
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to predict each of the 4 major conferences and then our playoff brackets.
Awesome.
We start in the AC. Wow. Not even a difference.
The agreement, boys. Clemson over the University of Miami.
So
the U.
As I was looking at this.
Yeah.
Now I got to bring up my K Ford. But when you look at the top 4 teams that are predicted by K Ford, Clemson, Miami, SMU, and Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
Clemson does not play Miami, who's arguably the second best school.
Correct.
Miami obviously doesn't play Clemson.
Yep.
But when you look at SMU, they play them both.
Mm-hmm.
And they also play Louisville. And Louisville's the same. I do believe that Clemson, I know I picked earlier that they weren't going to be in the playoff, but that was using the formula.
Yeah.
That
was trying to find, you had to pick a team to not make it. And so that was the team that you decided
I feel
to
comfortable
go with.
that Clemson's going to win this year, that Clemson's going to, I think that first matchup against LSU is going to be very interesting.
Absolutely.
Because remember, Clemson last year got kind of put behind the 8 ball right off the bat when Georgia ran them off the field.
For sure. And that's why, this is just about conference. And so stay tuned for playoff stuff. But I have had that in mind all offseason as I've been thinking about Clemson. There are people that love Clemson. Clemson is a national championship pick for a lot of people. They will not be for me. Spoiler alert. They are good. I do not think this is your slightly older brother's Clemson team, though, yet again. And so I do like them to win the league. I think Miami finally breaks through. And gets to the ACC
Miami
championship
plays
game.
8 games at home this year.
That's a lot of games. That came up when we did their 25 teams.
Yeah. Now they will finish 3 out of their last 5 are on the road, but
and they have an interesting start to the season, of course, as they are playing Notre Dame on the Sunday night. But if you and I are correct, and they make it to the championship game, that would be their first ACC title game appearance. I think that they finally are able to get there. They were so close last year. I think this is the year. That's it. I like Clemson to win.
So we both like Clemson to win the ACC. In the Big 12,
some difference.
We believe in Kansas State getting there.
Yep.
This one was tough for me because
it's a tough league.
You could pick a lot of different teams.
So why did
I went with BYU.
And I went with Texas Tech. You have Kansas State winning the league. I have Texas Tech winning the league. So obviously a difference on who we have in the game. Let's start there before we get to why we ended up going with them. What is it that you like about BYU? We just talked about them, on Wednesday? Tuesday or Wednesday this week? For true freshman quarterback. They got off to a great start last year and just kind of fell apart a little bit at the end. They were very much, looking at a playoff berth, and then they suddenly were not. Why do you like them above literally all the other teams? Because it's a tough league.
Well, part of it is how the schedule breaks out. BYU does not play K-State nor Arizona State. I know they've got a slew of road games. Unlike Miami, they only play 6 home games this year. But I like what I heard the other day from Greg Wrubell, the voice of the Cougars. I think last year it showed what they were capable of doing in the Big 12 conference, certainly made up for the year before. And honestly, a lot of it was a lot of where the schedule kind of broke out for them. I do like Kansas State.
Yeah.
Kansas State is the team I have the best feeling about in the Big 12. As even as it is, Kansas State with experienced quarterback, really good coaching. Even in a tightly packed Big 12, I like Kansas State. Tomorrow's going to be very fascinating for me to see, because the loser of that game is going to be a game back already.
You're going to be feeling pretty hard.
So that's why I'm going with K-State.
And I'm going with Texas Tech to make it into to win. I'm going to buy into the recruiting, to the roster overhaul, to the money that they spent, to all of that type of stuff. The one thing I will say, in terms of their schedule, I would not be surprised if they lost to Kansas State in the regular season. That game is on the road. Like, the one thing that I really sat with a while, they have some tough road games. Utah at the end of September, at Arizona State, obviously another contender, and then at Kansas State. And those games are actually a couple of weeks apart, at Arizona State and at Kansas State. But I really do like what Joey McGuire has built, and I think that they're going to be able to do it.
In the SEC, we both like Alabama and Texas to play for the title, but I'm taking the Tide, while Josh very on brand because we all know he's a big Texas fan.
Hook 'em. Yeah, I don't know if I'm surprised you have Bama in there. I have liked Bama all offseason to make it back to the SEC championship game. You will see them in my playoff going quite far. I really like this team. I really like this coach, and I think that that is a large part in it. I like that they don't have Jalen Milroe anymore. Honestly, the guy is, of course, has a super high ceiling, but I think his floor was atrocious. Ryan Williams, people forget he's like 18 years old because he should have been in high school. In all seriousness, like, not to do the bit, but he should be a true freshman this year, and instead he's going to be a true sophomore. On the other side, like, I am going to buy into the Arch Manning stuff. I mean, all of the Mannings are really good. I mean, they're I would say most of them are great, and one of them sucks.
Maybe this one
won a couple Super Bowls on accident.
Maybe this one isn't.
Troy Aikman didn't play for. He's
Stop
on a
it, John.
Manning.
Three-time champ. I think they're going to be really good. I think that they have one of the best coaches in the sport in Steve Sarkisian. I think that they have maybe the best play caller and play designer in the sport in Steve Sarkisian. And they have gotten to a point now where they truly do not rebuild, they reload. And so I am going to look past a lot of the issues that they have in terms of replacing talent. And I think that they're going to be awesome. That's it. I kind of think they're going to lose next week in the week 1 game against Ohio State.
More to come on these teams.
Okie dokie.
To the Big Ten. We both agree on Penn State, but I think Oregon will be matching up against the Nittany Lions once again in Indianapolis, while you are going chalk with Ohio State.
Why are you not going with the Buckeyes?
You'll find out in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I think Ohio State actually is going to beat Penn State in the regular season. And then for the second time now in this discussion, I think that there will be revenge in the conference championship game. We talked about Penn State last week, or this week, was it? It was very recent.
Yeah.
They were one of the last teams we did. And remember what stood out to both of us. They are the most complete team in terms of returning players of anybody that we previewed. The biggest question is their coach. That is the biggest question. So can they overcome that? I think that they will. I think they'll win their first conference championship in 9 years. I think they will get revenge against Ohio State in the process.
So now to the playoff. And this was very difficult for me, but you have picked Penn State.
I have Penn State over Texas in the playoff. My wild card teams this year, I guess I'm just going to go 1 through 12. I'm not even trying to do the wild cards. People can figure it out. I had Texas winning the SEC as the 1 seed, Penn State, the 2 seed, Bama, the 3, Clemson, the 4, the 5 seed, Ohio State, so a wild card team, the 6 seed, Notre Dame, 7, Oregon, 8, Miami, 9, Ole Miss, which, man, that was the toughest one, honestly, because I do not have Georgia. I have Texas Tech, I have LSU, and I have Boise State. I think Georgia has slipped just enough. John, I'll be honest, I don't feel great about LSU, but I don't feel great about a 4th Big Ten team this year. I have 3 Big Ten teams making it to the playoff. I just couldn't find one that I really, really liked.
Typical of an inferior league.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, I have those 12 teams. The bracket, we'll tweet it out, I imagine. But ultimately, my final 4, I have Ohio State versus Texas, Texas coming out on top, Bama versus Penn State coming out on top, Penn State over Texas, your 2025 national champions.
This was a tough exercise for me. I mean, the first 4 teams, easy to pick. Everyone else, I was really torn. But a couple of things. I got no Ohio State.
Wow.
I got no Notre Dame.
Wow.
John.
because I think some upsets are going to happen this year. I think Ohio State is going to take a step back. I think a little championship hangover, and they replace a lot of talent. They got a lot of talent, but they replace a lot of talent. So I don't think Ohio State is making the playoff. My top 4 seeds, Penn State, Clemson, Alabama, and Texas.
Okay. So 2 SEC teams in the top 4.
I think Kansas State is going to have a really good season, and they're going to be good enough to be the 5 seed. Oregon, because they lose to Penn State, they'll be the 6. Boise State, I think, is going to clean the slate. I think they're going to go undefeated.
You're saying they're going to
means they're going to beat Notre Dame.
Dame.
See, I didn't want to go against my guy. I'm a Marcus Freeman guy, but I just think Notre Dame, I think they're going to slip up, and I think Boise's going to be one of those losses that's going to help keep them out. So that's why I have Boise at 7, because I think they're going to go undefeated.
And they're going to get a real big bump.
And they're going to get a nice bump because of it.
Okay.
Georgia.
You have Georgia.
Georgia's going to eke their way in. Miami's going to be the 9. I got LSU. This really hurt my heart to pick this because I don't like the fact that Marcus Freeman's not in the playoff and Brian Kelly, the clearly inferior coach, is. But I do think the return of Nussmeier, and there's going to be some pressure on LSU that they need to get it done. So I think LSU is going to be the last SEC team to get in.
Well,
I did have Ohio State. I did have Ohio State. For some reason.
Tough look for John.
Well, originally I wasn't going to, and then I kind of worked it out, and I thought, you know what? Ohio State's probably going to get in.
And you have USC.
And I have USC getting in.
So you have 4 Big Ten.
I got 4-4.
Oh, what? 2-1.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You did
Not the goober.
John did the goober plan. Tell us about your Final Four, John.
And then I decided, you know what? I'm going to go, when I picked this bracket, I just went with storylines.
Okay.
Miami and Georgia playing in the 8-9 game. There's a storyline there.
Yes, there is.
Ohio State, Oregon, rematching. There's a storyline there.
Story boy.
Then into the second round, Miami, Penn State.
Oh, that's a storyline. Get out the fatigues.
40 years ago.
Where are the fatigues?
LSU, Clemson. Ain't got no Joe Burrow this time, LSU.
Nice.
I got Alabama and Clemson in the semifinals. There's story there.
Yeah.
And then Penn State and Alabama playing for the national title.
Yeah.
There's story there.
There is a lot of history there.
It's the college football playoff, not the college story playoff.
Tide.
By the way,
Roll Tide will win the national title.
Speaking of stories, let me go back to mine for a moment because I didn't talk about my first round. I do have LSU at Notre Dame. So I'm like you, where I think the committee is going to do some sneaky stuff, and that would be quite the event if Notre Dame hosted LSU. I'm trying to see if I had any other real good storylines. I mean, Bama Notre Dame is just a couple of historic programs. Ohio State, Texas essentially playing for the 3rd time in a calendar year.
Yeah.
I would have. And then I think they play again next year. So that would mean like 4 times in 18 months that those 2 programs would play.
So originally, as I was going through the exercise, I did have Ohio State out. And then I looked at it and I was like, yeah, but these other teams are going to get cannibalized. And so Ohio State's going to get in on reputation. But I do think they're going to take a step back this year.
In each of your guys' playoffs, which game do you think is the most tantalizing to you?
Well, I would say
Georgia.
Miami, Georgia is really fun because Nick, the Miami quarterback was at Georgia the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, if we got LSU,
And now he's dating the cadaver twin.
The cadaver twin. If LSU played at Notre Dame, I mean, you want to talk about storylines galore. Like I remember when Nick Saban went back to LSU for the first time and how massive of an event it was, and that was just a regular season game. If Brian Kelly went to South Bend, a place he spurned because he thought you couldn't recruit well enough to win natties, and then they lost. Oh my gosh, that would be an incredible storyline. I will say we both had Penn State, Bama. I had it in the semis. You had it in the natty. I mean, for a certain generation of football fans, and I am much too young to know about it in terms of watching it live, but that series, they played in the national championship, Nick, in 78, right?
Wow.
And Penn State got down
79 Sugar Bowl
to the 1-yard line, and Bama stifled them. Boom, 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 boom. And Bama won the national championship. So that, I mean, if we got that, I mean, we'd see all the highlights.
Oh, yeah, we'd see that
a couple of old school classic, very minimal playing helmets. That would be sweet.
I think that was the last time the Sugar Bowl was in the afternoon. That game was played in the afternoon on January 1st.
Pat Lunger, good afternoon. She introduced
but
the event.
I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that. And like, wow.
Good afternoon.
They stacked them up at the 1 yard
I
line.
like that we are not in total agreement because that would have been dumb.
This was a hard exercise for me.
Dude, it is hard putting together the 12-team playoff right now.
Because
really
I was
is.
trying to think, all right, this team's going to play this team. I mean, is someone going to have 3 losses? So that kind of puts them on the skids. It was tough. Yeah.
Out of all of these matchups, I liked Penn State and Oregon because that has a real old money versus new money kind of vibe to me. Because I mean, Penn State, did they used to be in the Ivy League?
No, they used to be.
Way
They
back
were
in the day?
independent.
They were independent.
They were independent.
Yeah.
And I like Oregon coming in and shaking up the Big Ten because watching their highlights from last season, they don't play like a Big Ten team, which I love.
Yeah, and they play in the regular season. That
I
game's going to
hate
be
how the Big Ten plays football.
And yet it's your league.
I know. It's a weird place I'm in.
Football.
Yeah, I mean, hating the Big Ten is as American as apple pie.
Nice.
Just
And one beer Friday.
Throw the ball. Damn it. Just throw the ball and score points.
Well,
That's
they
all I
do.
need.
Chase Gurtad, Josh, you didn't account for the Franklin factor at State College. Look, I'm going to say they get past it. You know, you can't win the Big Ten or the big game until you do. Ryan Day couldn't beat the teams, and then suddenly he did. Jim Harbaugh, same thing. Tom Osborne many years ago. Bobby Bowden. You can't do it until you actually do it, and I think that they're going to be able to do it this year. I like Penn State.
Fight on State.
Mm-mm.
Fight on State.
Well, coming up next, speaking of champions, your predictions champion again.
Yeah.
I've already clinched, but we do have one more week.
Okay.
Clinched a turd.
And we'll have an abbreviated content, which includes some disrespect.
Oh!
Some disrespect. Next on 1620 The Zone. Unsportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay. As the rain begins to fall here in Midtown, it's time for some content.
Full question: is this still Midtown, or is it shifted?
Yeah, honestly, if anything, because of the way that Omaha has moved, this has become even Midtown more.
More mid?
Yeah. No.
Wow.
It's become Midtown even
That's
harder.
not a nice thing to say right ahead of Dundee days.
Come on. I'm not saying, no, stop it. That's
Well,
not what I was saying.
Don't call us a Midtown.
You guys are jerks.
As we discussed yesterday and today, and we'll probably discuss many, many, many more times. I guess we didn't really discuss it a whole lot today, did we?
What's that?
The SEC is moving to 9 games and will mandate a bonus Power 4 game of all 16 schools. How long until the Big Ten does the same?
I'm guessing that it will happen. I don't think it's going to happen within the next year, though. Maybe like 2028-ish. But I think the networks are going to want this, because if you have a power game, that means you get extra non-conference games. You get extra good games in September, which is really, really important. So I do think that they will follow suit. I mean, really, John, the thing that needs to happen, the playoffs should mandate it. That's how you move towards that era. But I think it'll happen. It's just not going to happen overnight.
Well, thanks to Cream Puff Kurt, who has scheduled non-Power 4 games all the way until 21-17. I don't know if the Big Ten will do this.
You don't think so?
I don't think they will mandate it.
Interesting.
They'll probably encourage it, but I don't think they'll mandate it. And I'll be curious, honestly, to see how long this SEC mandate lasts.
Why couldn't it last forever?
If they go through a couple of years where their teams are cannibalizing each other and they see their playoff teams dwindle, they may reverse course real quick.
Interesting.
So I'm not considering this edict by the SEC or any future edicts by other conferences to ever be permanent. In fact, as I recall,
the Big Ten
Jim Delaney, it wasn't Power 4, but wasn't it getting rid of all the FCS games?
Correct. And then that didn't last.
And that never lasted.
That didn't last. No, that's a good point.
So I think this is going to be temporary by the SEC.
The Seattle Mariners, now losers of 5 straight and 3-7 in their last 10, are but 2 games up on the Royals for the final wild card spot. The end of this baseball season is coming down to Stibbs versus a tiny, very tiny baby portion of Friends of the Grum, isn't it?
Oh, wow. That sounds very tiny.
Well, the problem with the Mariners is they just can't win on the Eastern time zone. I think they'll be fine. The Mariners will be fine. This is just a rough patch they're going through right now.
Like my parents.
Wow. Okay.
The joke is that they divorced.
They got divorced and they blame Nick for it.
It was a little more than a rough patch.
Yeah, I think John's going to be right. I think it could come down to him, but I think the Mariners are going to win it fairly comfortably. It's like not going to come down to the last day of the season.
It's the last day of the season. Nice. College basketball site Field of 68 is listing their top players of the 21st century. Coming in at number 17, Doug McDermott. People remember Doug McDermott.
Mm-hmm.
Is this criminally low, though, for the century's only 3-time All-American?
I would love to. Do you have the list, John, of players who are in front of them, or are they still counting down
They're
right
still
now?
counting down, but they had Dwayne Wade at 20, Blake Griffin at 19, Jimmy Fredette at 18, Doug McDermott at 17, and Joakim Noah at 16.
Two-time national champion Joakim Noah.
That doesn't matter.
Oh, winning doesn't matter?
And this is the problem.
Interesting.
Field of 68 is so title-pilled.
They're so the ultimate goal of the sport pilled. Interesting.
Are they going to have to change their name when expansion happens?
This isn't a list of the best teams of the 21st century. Sure. This is a list of the best players. Doug McDermott is one of only like 20 players to be a 3-time AP All-American. He's the only one to have done it in the last 40 years. He's also 7th on the all-time scoring list. To say that he is behind Joakim Noah, this isn't about what they did in the NBA. This is about what they did in college. This is a gross underestimation of Doug.
Yeah, for the record, I agree with you. I just wanted to have a little fun. Yeah, he's not behind Noah. Noah had a lot of success. He was an integral part to all that success, too. He was the leader of that team. But no, Doug is better than the 17th best player of all time. Honestly, Dwayne Wade being 20 that feels kind of low to me, too. Dwayne Wade was awesome. He carried that Marquette team.
But I think, and I haven't seen the rest of the list, but I'll guarantee you there's a bunch of guys who probably won at least if not multiple titles. Because I think they're title pilled. Blake Griffin didn't win one. Jimmer didn't win one. Dwayne Wade never won one.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do with like one and done players like Carmelo Anthony, who won a title, Kevin Durant, who didn't win a title, JJ Redick, who was not one and done but never won a title. Like, I'm interested to see.
I mean, some of those will be on there, but and part of this too is probably about brands
for sure. My brand.
The Fighting Irish are no longer fighting. Well, their mascot isn't, at least. Notre Dame announced a redesign of their mascot, going sport-specific instead of the all-encompassing leprechaun with his fists up. What are your thoughts?
I actually like it, and why I do like it is the face seems very similar. What I have not liked about mascot redesigns over the years is how, like, to keep saying the word goober, how goobery they make some of the mascots. Remember what they did with the Seminoles mascot like a decade ago, where the mouth was just getting all like, ugh, like a little too weird. I like this one.
You're glad they didn't go Cracker Barrel on this mascot?
Yeah, well, people are triggered by the Cracker Barrel change.
I can't believe that they removed the old guy in the barrel from this.
Yeah, seriously. Good reference, John.
That was a good
I mean,
reference.
basically, it's the exact same mascot. They just now have him carrying a football instead of putting up his fist. But I kind of miss the guy putting up his fist. They're the Fighting Irish.
They're not the holding a football Irish.
Yeah,
maybe
they're the
they
Fighting
should change
Irish.
their name to the Holding the Football Irish.
I guess so. Well, if you're Marcus Freeman, you're like, well, you better hold on to the ball. That's what you're supposed to do.
That's true. That's a great point. He's not the fumbling Irish.
Why don't we ask our local Notre Dame fan what he thinks
Yeah,
about it?
Kenneth. Where's Kenneth
where are
at
you?
today?
What's the frequency?
He's probably enjoying a nice One Beer Friday.
The Librarians scored a touchdown for the Giants in their third and final preseason game of August last night. Josh.
Hey, Nick.
Do we expect him to be shushing Josh throughout the season?
If anyone from his family is listening and could get a message,
The Fedoni family.
If anyone
I hear
could get
his
a message,
aunt has takes.
I would love, if for anything else, if his only touchdown, if he's only going to score one in his entire life, that it happened against Dallas. And then he shushes, and then he looks straight into the Fox camera and says, I know you're watching, Peterson. Shh. But he uses his middle finger instead.
He can just straight up call you out by your name.
Now, if that happens,
that'd be hilarious.
First of all, I got one part triggered. Second part, rent-free, bro. Do it. I dare you to.
He doesn't listen anymore.
Yeah, his family probably doesn't. I think the Giants are going to beat the Cowboys in week 2. I'm not excited about it.
Nice.
Bad.
Nice.
No.
Nice.
Pain.
Josh,
Nick,
as you've said many times, like the pervert you are, tomorrow morning is your Christmas.
I wrote about it today.
Which is kind of lame because there's only like 5 games. It's not
Josh-
even like next week. It's not even like a full schedule.
It's not even like Josh's real Christmas because that happens in November.
Yeah, good point.
Nice, Nick.
Well, Christmas usually means good eats and good drinks, but what's on the menu as the 2025 college football season arrives?
Folks, I think I'm doing wing fries. I'm going to make a new batch of
It's
buffalo
like 11
sauce.
o'clock. It's barely lunch.
Lunch starts at 10:30, John.
It's a football Saturday, John. You can eat it whatever time
You can
please.
start
Why don't you
drinking
just
at
have like
7
a
if you
bowl
want.
of cornflakes or something?
I'm not a psycho.
It's Farmageddon
I'll
after
be
all.
up at like 6:30. Why would I have
No,
cornflakes
no,
at 11?
John's onto something. You should have something related to corn and something related to wheat.
No, I'm going to
Ooh, that's
have
a good idea.
wing fries.
How about have a corn sandwich?
Ooh.
Wing fries.
That's
We
something
love
with
a corn sandwich.
a corn sandwich.
Cream corn on wheat bread.
Ben says wings. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I just go somewhere and get wings. I can't wait. It'll be not the first time I have fried chicken over the next week because you'll be buying me on Thursday.
Okay, what
or
about
Friday.
a compromise? There's some
There's
places.
no way we're not going to get it in time.
Josh, there's some places that do elote wings.
I don't.
That
want
can be the
elote.
corn.
See, okay, no, I don't want.
Why? Because it's not from America.
No, Nick. It's because when I want wings,
America
I want
first, Josh.
I want buffalo sauce. I don't want any other sauce. I don't want barbecue sauce. I don't want elote. I don't want John's Grill. I want buffalo. Your burnt ass wings. You just crisp them. They're too crispy.
You've never had them. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You did the way you describe them makes me think that you just put them, probably cook them to 400 degrees.
Well, you do use when you're using a grill.
No, you
usually
cook
turn it up.
the chicken. You put the thermometer in and it breaks.
Chicken. You want some chicken?
Well, I don't know. I think you're kind of blowing it.
Blowing it?
Yeah.
I would never blow.
Just get some of those frozen Jimmy Dean patties and a bowl of cornflakes.
Jimmy Dean patties.
Okay,
Well, you
no.
can heat them up in a microwave.
You
Why
can
are
have
trying to ruin my life.
hash browns, cream corn, wheat toast.
I do have
that is the best way to celebrate Farmageddon.
I do have a hash brown patty.
Maybe some corned beef.
Patty, what are you, a child?
Hash brown patty.
Yeah, he wasn't here for that. That was an argument we had with Michael, wasn't it?
Crap, you're right. Never mind, John. Sorry, that I'll text Michael. I'm having a hash brown patty.
Yeah.
He'll get it.
He will.
That's.
Do you call a hash brown patty or hash browns? Like at McDonald's. Would you call that hash browns?
I don't call it because it's basically
We win.
It's
We
basically
win.
a flat.
Suck it, Michael.
It's basically a flat tater tot.
That's what I said.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, yeah,
John,
that's not really.
Just when I
like-
thought you were an idiot, you totally redeem yourself.
And Michael's like, well, everywhere else in the country they call it a hash brown. The hell they do, Michael.
Well, the problem is
he's everywhere in the country pill.
As
if you go to Waffle House
as
and get a hash brown,
well-traveled
you're
as
going
he
to get
is,
hash brown, not
no.
a hash brown patty.
I mean, it's a potato. It's meant to mimic hash browns. It is not a hash brown. It's just it's just a flat tater tot.
I knew there
It's
was a reason
good,
all three of us worked together so well.
We love each other.
I love
but
you
I
guys.
gotta have real hash browns like the ones we're gonna have at Waffle House.
Yoice.
Coming up next, the weekend predictions. And there's actual football games that matter on this week's predictions.
There are indeed.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Caller 7 right now wins a pair of tickets to see Linkin Park next Friday at CHI. Call now 402-951-1620.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
In the words of the soon-to-be retiring John Cena,
he's retired.
The champ is here once again.
Nobody cares.
After a one-time fluke where Josh eked out a win last round of predictions, I am back on top where I belong. And now in this final week of this round of predictions, the only thing I can go for is the all-time most dominant win in the history of the series.
Now, is that actually true?
Yes, I have kept track of these statistics.
Wow, you're a nerd.
Well, I figured you guys would want to know them.
I guess so.
I do like stats, actually.
The all-time record since Nick joined the Grum for margin of victory was set by yours truly, back in 2021, when I won by 20 games, 20 points. Okay. I am currently 20 points ahead.
Wow.
How many have I won, though? Because I think I've won more than Josh, right?
Actually, you're both tied. You each won 3 times. I've won so many times I've lost track.
I can barely lift my right arm. I did so many.
So here we go. And really, second place isn't up for grabs because, Nick, you're way behind.
I'm not that behind.
You're like 7 behind.
I could catch up.
We call you Kim Kardashian because you're behind.
Well, while Josh is eating his corn sandwich and celebrating wheat and corn in Farmageddon.
Hell yeah.
It's Iowa State at Kansas State. The Clones are a 3-point dog against K-State. Give me the Cats.
Wow, you guys are idiots. Give me the Cyclones.
Nice logo choice there, Nick.
Thank you. It's my favorite one.
Avery Johnson, his combined rushing and passing yards.
Interesting choice on the graphic.
Yeah, well.
260 yards.
And a half.
I'll go under.
Give me the Oves, as the kids call it.
Do they?
Do they call it
You hanging out with kids?
No. But I say hello to them on the running trail now.
Passing alone, he only cleared that number once. But obviously, as a runner, he rushed for 100 yards once last year and basically averaged about 55 yards a game. I think I'm going to go with a slight under.
Okay.
Fresno State opens up the new era of the Kansas Memorial Stadium.
I can't wait to see this stadium, in all seriousness. It looks really cool. Also, in the graphic Nick used, the Jayhawk looks like it's wearing tights.
Yeah, you sexy Jayhawk.
That's like from the 30s.
Yeah, I like it.
I did an edit of that once where I put fishnets on it.
Okay. Nick, you are a freak. Kansas, a lot of one-score losses last year. They roll. Kansas. Daniels looks good.
Rock chalk?
Yeah, if this were 14.5, I might go the other way, but it's 13.5, so I'll take KU. Jalen Daniels, who I believe was hosted on his recruiting visit by John Riggins.
It's been
This dude's
so
been here
long.
for a long time. Rushing yards, 37.5.
When he first became a Heisman candidate, I hadn't even broken 3 hours in a marathon.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were still chasing 3 hours.
Yeah, since I've done it like 5 or 6 times.
Wow.
Pretty nifty.
I'm going to hit the over.
Under.
I'm looking last year. I was thinking. So you're going to go under?
Under, John.
And Nick's going to go over.
what
I think
you
I'm
put
going
under your pants.
I think I'm going to take the over too. I think he could break like one long one and get us over.
Noise.
Sam Houston, the Fighting Michael Severes, are a 10.5-point dog at Western Kentucky.
Look, it's Michael Severe. I can't pick against Michael Severe.
He does no ball.
You know what? I'm going to go with Sam Houston.
Yeah, me too, man. That's a lot of points.
Take Western Kentucky.
Wow.
Just to be
Nick
different.
hates Michael and other people too.
Stanford at Hawaii, a game so good that Fox said, we're going to pick this game up.
Two of my favorite baseball schools against each other in football.
Stanford's a 2.5-point favorite. Give me the Rainbow Warriors.
I'm picking Hawaii.
Wow, that makes it 3 for 3. I think they could win by double digits.
Bears and Chiefs kicking off here in about an hour or so. Bears plus 2.5 at the Chiefs. Bears.
Yeah, Bears are getting a lot of hype right now because of all their preseason wins. So let's see it continue because the Chiefs don't care.
Yeah, I'm same.
They have other things to focus on.
Will there be any concrete movement on the Micah Parsons front by Monday? So by concrete movement, we mean a contract has been signed or agreed to. We'll allow that.
Yes, like a report. Like if Schefter was like, they have agreed to it, we would say yes, that counts.
Or he is traded.
Yeah.
Or he is put on IR. I mean, that'd be concrete.
I mean, it would.
Not saying he's going to. That's obvious.
The whole machinations now about contract and game weeks and getting paid is all very, very interesting at this moment in time. No.
I agree.
All knows.
In the British Premier League, Brentford is taking on Aston Villa.
Aston Martin and Ford.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Brentford because I like their logo. Shout out to bees.
Interesting. I'll go with Aston Villa because lions would beat bees.
Would they?
They'd eat them.
Have you tried eating a bee?
No, but I'm not a lion.
I think we should. You
want me to eat a bee?
Eat a bee. Let's see what happens.
Try plucking a bee.
16:20 the pregame. I'll eat a bee on the air.
I'm going to go with Aston Martin.
Okay.
Wasn't Nottingham Forest where the
Robin
Hood took place?
Mm-hmm.
So is
The
this
real
like
forest.
is this like a pretend team? Is this like a fairy team, a fairy land team, a fairy?
I don't think you can
fairy,
say that in
fairy
2025.
land team. That's
no,
what
I think
meant
actually
to
you
say.
can say it again in 2025.
Oh, that's
Fairy
right.
land
Woke is
team.
dead.
Mm-hmm. Look, Crystal Palace sounds like a meth house. So I'm going Crystal Palace.
Yeah, can you imagine trying to beat a bunch of meth heads at soccer?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Well, if Robin Hood is there and he's shooting bows and arrows, I'm going to take the Forest.
Oh, interesting.
The Royals, on a win streak and have pulled themselves back into the AL wildcard race, have to take on the first place Detroit Tigers. Pick the series.
Well, John's new favorite TV personality was sporting a Scooble jersey today.
Yes, she was.
So I'm going to say
Tarek Scoobles never looked better.
It's a 3-game series, right?
Yes.
Tigers 2-1.
Yeah, we all know what happens with the Royals on Sundays. They win.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens on Fridays and Saturdays sometimes is they lose. Give me Detroit 2-1.
Man, we're all agreement.
Agreement.
Big series in the National League West.
People are
Dodgers swept the Padres last week. Now the Padres get them at home.
Well, the Dodgers famously got beaten by the 2025 Rockies.
Famously.
How embarrassing is
Everybody knows.
that? Give me the Fathers.
The Pot Fathers?
No, I was going to say the Padres, and I said the Fathers. I'm going to go 2-1 there as well.
I'm going to say the Dodgers do it again. Clean sweep.
Padres 2-1. Tonight, the Mariners try to snap their losing streak. They are a 1.5 favorite against the Oakland Athletics. Again, the Mariners are back on the West Coast. They'll be fine. Seattle.
Retweet.
Take the A's. I want to be different.
You'll take the A's.
And
ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
now, as Josh already knows, this is the NASCAR regular season finale, which means the playoff field will be set.
Thank God we're done with
I
NASCAR.
hate this format. No, we're not done because this is the regular.
There
Then
are
they do the dumb playoff.
There are still several drivers who could win this race and get into the playoff.
It's such a bad system.
Alex Bowman has a 50-point edge on getting into the playoff. But if he doesn't win and someone who hasn't won wins, then he gets aced out. And they happen to time it with one of the super speedways, which means just about anyone could win this race because there's a good chance of a massive crash. So we're going to pick 3, but cumulative finish. So we're going to add up all the finishes.
And you want the lowest score?
And the lowest score.
It's like golf, John. I am not going to do what I normally do and just go 1, 2, 3 because that's boring. I will do random rules. John's least favorite racer, Bubba Wallace, Ty Dillon, and Noah Gragson. We're going with the guys way down on the depth chart this week, boys.
That's actually...
I know ball. I know tires. That's why they call me the tire man.
I'm going to go with Brad Keselowski, who could win his way in.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to pick all drivers who could win their way in.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, I'll put Bowman in there. Bowman could win this race and just win his way in.
Okay.
And let's go. Let's get crazy.
Let's do it. Ba, 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 da, 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 da.
Eric
Da, da, da,
Jones.
da. Eric Jones, who? Mike Jones.
Nice. I'll take Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch, and Stenhouse Jr. Why not?
Nick Thea wants to know if you use AI for predictions.
I don't use AI.
Fascinating.
Fascinating.
Looks a little AI to me.
It certainly does to me as well.
Makes me go IE every time I see it.
Nice.
And that is predictions.
You know what time it is now?
Nope.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from
Tonight was spaghetti and meat sauce. It was salad. I'm guessing tonight is some kind of ordered in thing. That's usually what the wife wants to do on Fridays. Maybe like a pizza. So that'd be my guess.
Okay.
I honestly don't know.
I think tonight, because I'm going out and meeting some friends.
You have friends?
John, I have a lot of friends. People love to see me. They say, "Can we hang out?"
Oh, you're that friend who everyone likes to hang out with because you're the ugly one and they make everyone else look better.
Oh, the cheerleader effect.
Okay. First of all, we're all in our late 30s. We don't talk about the attractiveness
I'm not
of
in
ourselves.
my late 30s.
No, my friends.
Oh.
Yeah. We don't care about how ugly or handsome.
Oh, so
beautiful.
you're all ugly. is what
No,
you're
my
saying.
friends are very pretty.
They're
Anyway,
pretty?
they're very beautiful people, souls inside and out.
Yeah, men can
I
be
would say the
beautiful,
same thing
John.
about you, but you're ugly as hell. Nick,
Goddamn
you're very
right.
pretty.
Oh, thank you.
So I don't know. I might eat where we're going. I probably won't. And so then it'll just
Where are
be
you going?
to a brewery.
Which one?
The one my wife works at.
Nice.
So then I don't know. I'll just go home and it just depends on if I've eaten or not.
Wow, you think your wife's employer doesn't make good food?
No, it's if I want to spend money or not. That's what I'm debating in my head right now. Do I want to spend money? I'll probably eat because we'll probably be there for a little bit.
Spending money anyway. You're buying beer.
That's true. That's true.
Last night I
Maybe mac
made a
and cheese.
turkey sandwich with some provolone, put it in the microwave, melted it a bit with toast. Had some green pepper and onions. It was good.
Tasty.
I don't know about tonight.
I ended up doing, what did I say I was going to do last night? Well, I ended up making a grilled cheese at like 9.
Nice.
Because it ended up just being way too long of a night when I got home, and I had a couple things that I had to put together. And so I got to 9 o'clock, and I was like, I should eat something. And I'm like looking around. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Because at that point, it's like, if you want to do air fryer, it's still going to take another 15 to 20. And I was like, you know what?
For a grilled cheese?
No. I was trying to think of other things. And then I was like, you know what? But a
okay.
grilled cheese will not take 15 to 20. And I have a bag of chips. I will do a grilled cheese. And man, I'll say this. We've started getting this specific brand of Texas toast. And I did that. And when I went to flip it for the first time, wrist was like, whoa.
You saw God.
Because I flipped it at the exact perfect
You saw
time.
God in your toast?
I did.
Nice.
John, that golden brown of that bread, it was great.
You think it was the bread that caused it to do that, or you just timed it right?
No, I timed it perfectly. It was
Oh,
incredible.
I see. I thought you were crediting the bread.
Yeah. No.
We didn't do our John. What?
Oh
name
yeah.
the car.
Who is the car?
Name the car.
Oh, I didn't see.
It's right there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Which one, John? Which
the
car?
All-Star Game car.
The
What?
2001 All-Star Game car of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Cool.
He won that race, Josh. It was incredible.
I'm sure it was incredible. Great. Oh, you just didn't.
What's happening? Why?
Well, because I pressed it and then you pressed it.
Yeah,
Stop
but I don't know why
pressing
it's
each other.
disappearing.
Jeez, stop pressing each other.
Okay.
All right.
Hello,
Weirdos.
we're back.
So that's what we got coming up.
What a good week, guys.
It was a good week.
Man, that Redout week didn't
the
last
most
very
part.
long, did it? It was all
No,
over.
John, we still have 4
Well, this is
more
the end of the
days
week. How can we do that?
of Red Out Week. And Nick,
Are you saying it's carrying over to next week?
it is. And we're
So
still
this is going to be
giving
a
away
really long Red Off.
still giving away a pair of tickets
Yeah, we still have
to
one more.
Blur. Go to 1620thezone.com right now. You can enter to win 2 Blur tickets for the game on Thursday. You'll get access to the tailgate, which is where we will be on Thursday. The whole station will be there. The morning show.
Except Nick.
I'll be in Chicago.
Except Nick. Unreal that he would ditch us on this, an important day for the world.
Don't worry, I will still email John and Josh my predictions for the game and my record.
I cannot wait for Nick to pick Cincinnati to win the game because he most definitely will. And then Theo will say, oh, Nick did it again. Nick did it again.
And then Cincinnati wins, and then Nick did do it again. If it happens, I don't know what I'm going to do
Oh,
yet.
interesting. So we'll have that. We still have next week. We have all sorts of our season preview things to do. We're going to heckle. Well, we won't heckle anymore Echo because the Echo is dead.
Echo's dead.
But we'll try to look at last year and maybe see if it can apply. We're going to talk to the Cincinnati voice, hopefully. That's the goal. And just a few more countdowns. Just a tiny bit more counting down.
We'll have a full slate of college football to get ready for next week.
We're going to break down Farmageddon on Monday, I'm sure.
I mean,
He'll definitely talk about it. I will watch it. John won't. He'll probably wash his car, mow the lawn, anything he can do to get away from watching football.
I probably won't get to watch the whole thing, but I'll get to see.
I will watch every
I'm still
play.
debating. I might mow and then watch it on DVR.
That is
It's not
wild
called
behavior.
Farmo-getting, John.
Yeah.
Well, it's still.
Do you do
watching
that
the
for
game.
games?
No, but see, the problem is trying to find the perfect window to mow in.
Yeah, especially now that it's raining. Tonight is out.
True.
You can't mow tonight.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Plus, I can fast forward through the commercials.
You do be able to fast forward.
Occasionally, it is fun to be like an hour behind, and then you catch up by the end. You're like, and I didn't have to watch any commercials.
That is nice. Except for our great advertisers. We love their
Yes,
commercials.
we love their commercials.
Oh,
Thank
cool.
you,
Great job.
commercials.
So join us for the continuation of Red Out Week, presented by Union Bank and Trust. Have a great weekend, everyone, and we will talk to you Monday.
Bye.
Goodbye.